Hello. Check, check, check. 1, 2, check. Hey, Louise, welcome. Louise, welcome. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Yo! Baba Tunde Mali. Baba Tunde Mali. Hello. Oh, Ruby. Hi. Welcome in, everybody. We're gonna talk about Ta-Nehisi Coates. We're gonna listen to some Ta-Nehisi Coates today. And yeah, I'm looking forward to breaking down. I'm good, thank you. I'm good, thank you. How are you, BNXs? How are you? Welcome in, folks. Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. On the way home from work? Oh, nice. How was your day? Did you have a chill day at work? Hey, Manda. Bum, 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 okay, let's get into it, everybody. Scattered day at work, but it's done. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Oh, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. It always feels nice after one of those sorts of days to just chill out after work, head home, order some food, and just chill out, you know. I hope you have a relaxed rest of your day. All right, folks, let's get into it. Yo, Rainfall. I'm good, thank you. Nice, you found me. Welcome. You found me. You found us. That's awesome. Okay, today, yesterday we listened to Ibram X Kendi, and I thought it was incredible to listen to someone who has such deep knowledge about subjects of racism, white supremacy, great replacement theory, all of these sorts of things. And another person who brings Palestine into that mix is Ta-Nehisi Coates. And he has really been such a great voice to have in this movement. I just want you guys to see, this is how I learned about Ta-Nehisi Coates. This is how I watched this CBS interview, and this was the first time I ever heard of him.
Our next guest is the acclaimed New York Times best-selling author Ta-Nehisi Coates. His new book, The Message, is a trio of interconnected essays that examine how the stories we tell or avoid telling can shape and even distort our reality. In the book, Coates reflects on his emotional first trip to Africa
I'm good, thank
to visit
you. How are
the
you?
Senecal. Then he takes readers to Columbia, South Carolina, where he reports on the attempted banning of one of his books on race. And finally, Coates travels to the Middle East to witness the Israeli-Palestinian conflict firsthand. Ta-Nehisi Coates, good morning. How are you doing?
Thanks for having me. Good morning, guys.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. You say that this book is written specifically
Welcome,
for writers,
welcome,
stating
man.
that the task for young writers should be nothing less than changing the world. Why do you feel like writers should bear that responsibility?
Saving the world. Saving the world. Just to be really specific, writing is how we interpret so much of everything that is around us. The Message is a political book. It argues that much of our politics actually happens before we walk into a voting booth, that our choices around us, that who we believe is human, who we don't believe is human, what policies we believe should be in the world, which policies we don't, are actually shaped largely by writing and the stories we tell. And so I believe that writers, and particularly young writers, have so much to do in the politics and in this time when, you know, obviously we have so much conflict and there's so many quote-unquote issues to be dealt with.
Ta-Nehisi, I want to dive into the Israel-Palestine section of the book. It's the largest section of the book. And I have to say, when I read the book, I imagine if I took your name...
This guy's name is Tony DeCoupel, or whatever the fuck his name is. The guy is a massive pro-Israel. Like, he is a propagandist, and this is actually how I first came across Ta-Nehisi Coates. This interview, and I was just blown away by this interview, and Tony DeCoupel, and this is the bit where it starts. Ta-Nehisi Coates, the way he handled this moment says everything about Coates. He's such an incredible human being, got a great heart.
Out of it, took away the awards and the acclaim, took the cover off the book, the publishing house goes away. The content of that section would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist. And so then I found myself wondering, why does Ta-Nehisi Coates? So then I found myself wondering.
Wait.
Took away.
I want you to listen to this bit once he starts acting like a little fragile prick.
Conflict and there's so many quote-unquote issues to be dealt with.
Ta-Nehisi, I want to dive into the Israel-Palestine section of the book. It's the largest section of the book. And I have to say, when I read the book, I imagine if I took your name out of it, took away the awards and the acclaim, took the cover off the book, the publishing house goes away, the content of that section would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist. And so then I found myself wondering,
in the backpack of an extremist.
Why does Ta-Nehisi Coates, who I've known for a long time, read his work for a long time, very talented, smart guy, leave out so much? Why leave out that Israel is surrounded by countries that want to eliminate it? Why leave out that Israel deals with terror groups that want to eliminate it? Why not detail anything of the first and the second intifada, the cafe bombings, the bus bombings, the little kids blown to bits? And is it because you just don't believe that Israel, in any condition, has a right to exist?
Well, I would say the perspective that you just outlined, there is no shortage of that perspective in American media. That's the first thing I would say. I am most concerned always with those who don't have a voice, with those who don't have the ability to talk. I have asked repeatedly in my interviews whether there is a single network, mainstream organization in America with a Palestinian American bureau chief or correspondent who actually has a voice to articulate their part of the world. I've been a reporter for 20 years. The reporters of those who believe more sympathetically about Israel and its right to exist don't have a problem getting their voice out. But what I saw in Palestine, what I saw on the West Bank, what I saw in Haifa in Israel, what I saw in the South Hebron Hills, those were the stories that I have not heard. And those were the stories that I was most occupied with. I wrote a 260-page book. It is not a treatise on the entirety of the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis.
But if you were to read this book you would be left wondering, why does any of Israel exist? What a horrific place, committing horrific acts on a daily basis. So I think the question is central and key. If Israel has a right to exist, and if your answer is no, then I guess the question becomes, why do the Palestinians have a right to exist? Why do 20 different Muslim countries have a right to exist?
My answer is that no country in this world establishes its ability to exist through rights. Countries establish their ability to exist through force, as America did. And so I think this question of right to Israel does exist. It's a fact. The question of its right is not a question that I would be faced with any other country.
But you write a book that delegitimizes the pillars of Israel. It seems like an effort to topple the whole building of it. So I come back to the question, and it's what I struggled with throughout this book. What is it that so particularly offends you about the existence of a Jewish state that is a Jewish safe place and not any of the other states out there?
There's nothing that offends me about a Jewish state. I am offended by the idea of states built on ethnocracy, no matter where they are.
Muslim included.
I would not want a state where any group of people laid down their citizenship rights based on ethnicity. The country of Israel is a state in which half the population exists on one tier of citizenship, and everybody else that's ruled by Israelis exists on another tier, including Palestinian Israeli citizens. The only people that exist on that first tier are Israeli Jews. Why do we support that? Why is that okay? I'm the child of Jim Crow. I'm the child of people that were born into a country where that was exactly the case, of American apartheid. I walk over there and I walk through the occupied territories and I walk down a street in Hebron, and a guy says to me, I can't walk down the street unless I profess my religion.
But
I'm with another pastor. No. I want to. This is very, very important.
It is important. It is
extremely important.
Yeah, let me lay it down.
I'm working with the person that is guiding me is a Palestinian whose father, whose grandfather and grandmother was born in this town. And I have more freedom to walk than he does. He can't ride on certain roads. He can't get water in the same way that Israeli citizens who live less than a mile away from him can.
And why is that okay? Why is that? Why is there no agency in this book for the Palestinians? They exist in your narrative merely as victims of the Israelis, as though they were not offered peace at any juncture, as though they don't have a stake in this as well. What is their role in the lack of a Palestinian
I have a very, 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 very moral compass about this. And again, perhaps it's because of my ancestry. Either apartheid is right or it's wrong. It's really, really simple. Either what I saw was right or it's wrong. I am, for instance, against the death penalty. What the person did to get the death penalty, it really doesn't matter to me. I don't care if they were selling a nickel bag of marijuana or if they were a serial killer. I am against the death penalty. I am against a state that discriminates against people on the basis of ethnicity. I'm against that. There is nothing the Palestinians could do that would make that okay for me. My book is not based on the hyper-morality of the Palestinian people.
In lessons, because many people feel it's complicated. You say it's not complicated. Less than 20 seconds. What's your message?
Less than 20 seconds. I want people to read the book.
Well,
And I don't make the assumption that somebody would just read the book and have read nothing else about Israel and Palestine.
You're still invited to High Holidays. I'll see you at the show.
That Ta-Nehisi Coates, in that interview, lost all his credibility. He's still at CBS because Barry Weiss is there. That fucking arrogant prick. Asking a question like that about an apartheid state is exactly how the apartheid South Africa was enabled, exactly how Jim Crow was enabled. Do not fall for this. This is what white fragility looks like at the end of the day. And I still like to go back to how Robin DiAngelo described white fragility. It's not like a fragile glass that'll break when you drop it. It's like a fragile bomb. And when white privilege really does disintegrate, it causes harm. It's violent. It's violent. There is no violence like white fragility. There is absolutely no violence like white fragility. That guy, Ta-Nehisi Coates, is talking about a racist apartheid state that at that stage was still wholesale murdering, hundreds of people a week. This is the smiling face of genocide. This is how it happened for 600 years and continues to happen today. White fragility. And if you speak up against it, you get shit. You'll get character assassinated. You get character assassinated because the fragility of whiteness can't handle it. And this is why I love the way Ta-Nehisi Coates handled this. And this was my first exposure to him. This is how I heard about him. I watched this interview. And I felt like I knew him straight away. Because listening to Tony DeCouple is exactly the type of bullshit, racist gaslighting that you get from white people across the spectrum. And this is not a centrist thing or a liberal thing or a MAGA thing or a leftist thing. This is what white privilege and white supremacy looks like. And it is across the political spectrum, all the way through. The way it manifests is different. The more right you go, the more MAGA you go, the more straight up it is. And actually, I can deal with that better. The more left you go, it becomes more sinister and under the surface. It's exclusionary, and it whitewashes history. And that's who Tony DeCouple is. That is, to me, far more dangerous than fucking MAGA calling me a curry muncher or calling a black person an N-word. Because at least you can see that shit. All right, let's listen to Ta-Nehisi Coates a little bit. This was his interview on Al Jazeera. Incredible interview, again, a year ago. The guy is an absolute genius.
Award-winning writer, journalist, and author Ta-Nehisi Coates is best known for his work fighting systemic racism and inequality inside of the United States. But now, he's entered the conversation on Israel and Palestine. In his new book, The Message, Coates reflects on questions of race, identity, colonialism, and the politics of writing in separate.
I actually, before we get into it, I want us to. I took a note here in the book I'm reading at the moment, Afro Decolonial Manifesto. I don't know if Nidar is in the chat, but I have to tell you, Nidar, if you are in the chat or not, this book is fucking incredible. What's great about it is it's so like I feel like I am not some fucking unique voice, that this is the kind of things a lot of people of color, black people, feel in political spaces. I just love that the way I'm feeling isn't unique, you know? As much as people online try to make it feel that way, like, oh, this is bullshit, it isn't unique. And I just want to read you this little bit from it. Objective reasons for the difficulties in alliances between blacks and whites are due to the visceral attachment of many progressive activists to white supremacy and to their concrete fear of losing power and influence. Still today, the young generation of Euro descendants hold up their lack of responsibility in the crimes of slavery or colonialism and refuse to question, on the one hand, the economic and political world order built on those foundations, and on the other, the new scourge of racism and neocolonialism. Like, holy shit. To me, that answers exactly how I feel when I am confronted by leftist spaces online, or, you know, the leftist spaces online, when they call me a race essentialist, or when I bring up white leftism, they get really triggered about it. This is it right here. They are subconsciously doing this. Let me read that again. Objective reasons for the difficulties in alliances between blacks and whites are due to the visceral attachment of many progressive activists to white supremacy and their concrete fear of losing power and influence. Still today, the young generation of Euro descendants hold up their lack of responsibility in the crimes of slavery or colonialism and refuse to question, on the one hand, the economic and political world order built on those foundations, and on the other, the new scourges of racism and neocolonialism. This is what online leftist spaces have become, okay? It has become full of people who are holding you to ideology rather than understanding the journey of marginalized people. Hey, Shiny, welcome. It's become about how much information do you have about Marxism or Leninism or about X, Y, and Z, you know, it's just become, it's lost its perspective on why leftist movements exist. If leftist movements aren't about contributing towards an equitable world for all, how is that a leftist movement? How is that a leftist movement? Yes, ma'am. What does she do? I see. Oh my goodness, mama. So here's what I think, okay? White people's role in leftist white leftists' role in leftism as a whole, to me, is to educate other white people about white supremacy and white privilege. What it is not is to lecture marginalized communities about how they should see the world. That is something I'm going to stand on, and I will be unmoved on that. Unmoved. The role of whiteness, white leftism, is to educate other white people about white supremacy and white privilege, not to lecture marginalized people. Okay? Do not lecture marginalized people about how they should behave, how they should act. Let marginalized communities manage that. Because remember, you are the colonizer. You are the colonizer.
For trips to Senegal, South Carolina, and Israel and occupied Palestine. So what insight can one of America's most prominent writers offer on this conflict? And why has he entered this conversation now? Earlier, I went to New York to speak to Ta-Nehisi Coates in Upfront Special. Ta-Nehisi Coates, welcome to Upfront.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, man, so good to meet you, brother. This is your first nonfiction book in 7 years. Mm-hmm. You talk about a sense of duty, too, particularly in the opening chapter around journalism and of telling truths, that you can't just be abstract. You can't just revel in the artistry of it all.
Yeah.
Was there something about this moment that made you feel more compelled to do this?
No, it's I you know, it just so happens that it's the moment. You know what I mean? It just, you know, honestly, in fact, I got through, like, I was about halfway through writing the last chapter of the book, and there was so much reporting and things that I saw that didn't make it in, and I was like, you know what? This whole book should actually be about Palestine. We should take another year. I should somehow try to find a way to pull everything in there. And my editor was probably freaking out. And he asked me to send him what I had written, and I sent them. He said, just keep going. Just keep going. He said, it's time. And he was right. It is time. I would hate to have waited another year. I really would have. I'm glad it's out now.
There's a way that it's the perfect moment, but there's also a way that it's an incredibly inopportune moment, in the sense that we're in the middle of a genocide in Gaza.
Yeah.
And you're writing a really intense and I would say smart critique of the Israeli occupation.
Hey, Chris, welcome.
When you started writing that essay, did you anticipate that kind of response?
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, I knew it was going to be a lot of blowback.
Okay.
I knew that there was just no way. The thing is, when I was over there, it wasn't just the occupation.
Totally, DJ.
And this is, I think, like, where it gets really hard for people. I think this is the hard part for people. I think there are people who can understand that this occupation, apartheid on the West Bank, Gaza. Like they can understand that as unjust. But when you get to the roots of the state, like, and you start saying, I don't know if there should be ethno-states, period. Like, I don't know that I believe that a state should set itself up in such a way that one ethnic group will have rights that others will not.
You follower detected.
I think
Groovy Jamaican, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
if I said that in the abstract, people would say, yeah, that's probably right.
Of course.
But I think because of the weight, the real weight, and the lethal weight of anti-Semitism in the history of the West, culminating obviously in the Holocaust, the fact that the Holocaust is within the living memory of human history, I think we have a lot, around that, as we should. Probably the problem comes in when how we decide that, that debt should be paid. But, once I saw that, Mark, to get back to your question, I was like, oh, my life will never be the same. Like, on seeing it, I was like, this is over. Some aspect of my life is over. I'm talking about before I had written anything.
That's not just an intellectual or political issue for you. That was at the emotional, psychological level as well.
Man, there's a point in the book where I talk about how I had gone to this retreat, and we had hiked up the hill, and this is at the end of the midpoint of my trip. So the first half was with the Palestinian Literary Festival, second half mostly with this group Breaking the Silence, a group of IDF veterans that I know you're familiar with. And I got to the top of this hike we took, and I sat in this room, and I was like, I just had this feeling like, I've just walked through a door, and you can't get back to the other side.
Yeah. That's how I feel, man. After October the 7th, what I've seen, I have walked through a door that I'm never walking back through again. That's it. It's over. It's over. How the fuck, if you've truly put the time in to witness what has happened, how the fuck can you walk back through the door and just be normal again? And just be what you used to be again? How? It's impossible. I can't just ignore what I've seen for so long. It's insane, guys. Like what Ta-Nehisi Coates means to me, I can't even fucking tell you. He's one of those voices.
And I think so I knew after that, I knew I was gonna write about it. I knew, and I knew, what the reaction was gonna be. The only question was, could I do the job that I needed to do?
What's key to you for doing that job, for executing that job properly?
That's a great question. So I knew what I had seen, but I'm a historical thinker, and so it's like and I mean that literally. I don't mean that like as a humble brag or something. Like literally, like I think in terms of story. So why is it that way? Why has this happened? You know what I mean? What has come to that? So I needed to read a lot of the historical documents. I needed to put in context what I was saying. There were people who had said things to me about basic unfairnesses, and I needed to see them in a more systemized form. I needed to read reports. There was a lot of terminology, as you know. So people say Area A, Area B, Area C over and over again. And I really needed to know what that meant. Yeah. You know what I mean? I didn't get to Gaza. So I didn't really understand, much about Gaza, which is, very different from the West Bank. And even it's harder to get to. It's a whole different process. And so having all of that, to me, as I've said, the morality of it is not complex, but obviously the system of it is. And so coming to try to understand it on enough of a systemic level that I felt like I could write and make the basic point, which is, to me, we are supporting a system of apartheid. And I don't think most Americans understand that. And why don't they understand it? That was the essence of what I was trying to do.
Wow. It's interesting because while your essays largely focused on Palestinian suffering, you actually start with your visit to Yad Vashem, which is Israel's memorial to the victims of the Holocaust. As a writer, why did you start there? It felt like a very intentional choice.
It was, man. First of all, two things happened. The experience I had there was very real. So all of that emotional, and that was probably day 9, I think. So I had seen, it wasn't like that was the first thing I saw. That was the last thing I saw. And the emotional experience that I had as I write about was very, very real. And there was something about the fact that I was at that point very clear about what the state was doing. But that, I guess, that didn't make me feel like I needed to reject the experience which the state calls upon, the heritage that the state calls upon to even, do what it does.
Yeah.
That I was still moved by both. And I was wondering, like, how do you write about that?
Yeah.
And how do you reconcile it? And how do you write about it in not such a way that says, on the one hand this, on the other hand that?
Right.
Like, how do you forge it into a singular narrative, right? And as I thought about it, I thought about some of our more nascent dreams as African Americans, some of the things that we've, wanted. And this came from other chapters in the book.
This is so important. If anyone has ever been critical of Israel, they should never step foot in Gaza unless they get drone striked or sniped. Unless they want to get drone striked or sniped. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, we're all on a list, right? We're all on a fucking list. No doubt about that. I think this is such an important point. By highlighting what Israel is doing to the Palestinians, it is not an opportunity. It is not an opportunity to minimize the Holocaust. Please don't let people minimize the Holocaust. Never, ever do that. Because when people minimize the Holocaust, you are allowing them to minimize the genocide in Gaza. Like, what I mean is, when you allow people to minimize the Holocaust, you're keeping the door open for people to minimize the genocide in Gaza. And I don't think we should ever take part in any of that stuff. Because one, it's just not true. And two, it takes the accountability away from Europe and the perpetrators of the Holocaust. It takes the accountability away. And why that's a bad thing is because the people who committed the Holocaust and the people who committed and allowed the Holocaust to happen were part of the same system that has enabled the genocide in Gaza. They're part of the same system that enabled the 10 million Congolese people to be murdered. They're part of the same system where tens of millions, hundreds of millions of Indians were starved to death by the British. Part of the same system that murdered the Herero and Nama, same system that perpetrated transatlantic slavery. So when you minimize one, you are minimizing these other things. And don't ever, ever allow any of these to be whitewashed because they're part of the same system. It's the same problem. Hitler took what Europe, the basis of European colonization, and took it one step further. That's all Hitler did. Hitler didn't happen in some black box of thinking. White supremacy was very much at the core of European colonization. Even Winston Churchill was a raging white supremacist. And he murdered millions of black and brown people. He didn't give a fuck. He didn't join the war in World War II because he felt bad for the Jewish people. He joined the war because sovereignty was threatened. And I've always said this. Hitler and Churchill, in terms of ideology, are as far away as the two cheeks of my ass. It's not very far. Not much divides them.
Obviously, our own dreams of nationalism and how you can have a very, very real history not even just a victimization, but enslavement, genocide, pogroms, ethnic cleansing, etc. And how we have this belief that that will necessarily make you wiser, a better person, but how in human beings in general, it doesn't always do that. And I wanted to be very clear that I was not writing about a quote unquote Jewish era.
Hey, Lisa, welcome.
But a human mistake, at its most, perhaps its most acute, or, however, and maybe not even that, but at its most relevant, to Americans. And I thought, if you don't take the pain, if you don't take Jewish pain seriously, if you don't take the Holocaust seriously, if you don't take anti-Semitism seriously, you really won't understand what happened here. It will be too easy to write this off as just some people doing some bad things.
Yeah. But you had to try to reconcile that, as you put it, with the existence of Israel.
I did, and I'm saying reconcile, and I know I said reconcile, but I don't like reconcile because it implies that there's a conflict, and I'm not sure there is. And I just don't know enough to know whether this is true or not. But and I hope it's not true, I suspect that more often than not, when people are oppressed, they go on to perpetrate oppression more than they go on to make the world a better place.
Yeah.
I think that probably is a human challenge, because I know Israel's not the only place I've heard that story. It is the most acute right now and the hottest right now. And so,
Hey, Morty.
in that sense, it's not
I think this is the bit where you don't have to do this. You don't have to go, people who are oppressed commit oppression. You don't have to you don't have to do that. I think it's the system that's committing the oppression. The system carries on. It's not that Jewish people are doing this just because of the Holocaust. No, it's capitalism. And there is a greed that is directly attached to the system of capitalism that makes people do this no matter who they are. But in this case, and remember, guys, when I speak about capitalism, I'm talking about the structure of oppression that evolved or that was rebranded from European colonization to capitalism. Because capitalism is European colonization in many ways. Because that's what European colonization has transformed into. And when I say capitalism, I'm talking about white supremacy. I'm talking about the Christian patriarchy. I'm talking about colonization of the global south. So what's happening in Palestine is a continuation of that system of oppression. The perpetrators this time have been chosen to be the Zionist regime, because the British people, including Arthur Balfour, chose Zionism as a vehicle to, one, expel Jews from Europe, and two, to maintain Western hegemony in the Middle East and control over oil supplies from the Arab oil supplies. So to say that people who are oppressed commit oppression, I don't think there is a line that we need to draw from that. But if you do come from oppression, I think we have to be hyper vigilant not to retaliate in the same way that our ancestors or ourselves have been treated. We still have to, I think, be better than that. We have to be better than our oppressors.
So, one does really flow,
Right.
to the
It's
other.
not as counterintuitive as we'd like it to be.
It's not as we wish it would count. We wish it were counterintuitive.
Yeah.
But one of the things I'm trying to do in that essay is say, well, what if it's not? What if it's not? And if it's not, then this is beyond the realm of the essay. What do we have to do? What is our work? And I left there thinking about that, man. Okay, so this feels like a version of a history that I'm very familiar with, but accelerated way into the future, right? Times 10 or something like that, or 100 or whatever. So I am here at this point. I've seen a future. What do I have to say to Black Americans? What do I have to say to us about how we think about our own legacy? And it's hard for us to imagine this, but I don't take it as a given that we will forever be without political power. I don't know that that's true. I don't take it as a given that we will forever be without economic power. And if we weren't, who would we be? You know, who would we be? And I think those are questions that are best asked like right now when we don't have it.
You talked about the experience you saw in the Middle East being familiar. You could see that in our own history as African Americans here. I think some of the examples might be what you saw in the occupied West Bank: checkpoints, segregated roads, cisterns on Palestinian roofs to gather rainwater compared to the country clubs that had swimming pools.
Right.
When you see that, was this one of those things where you immediately had a visceral response and said, that looks like the historical memories that I've had access to?
Oh, I mean the roads right away. You tell me I can't go down a road and that person can. You say this person has one license plate, you got another. The signs, and I know the signs don't literally say Palestinian, Israeli, but they make it clear. The signs make it very clear who's supposed to be on that road.
Yeah.
You know, so it was obvious. And
in Area A, I mean, they literally say,
yeah,
you know,
they do.
Israel, Israeli.
Right. I think it says illegal, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's illegal for Israelis to go here.
Right.
You know?
And those signs are written by Israel.
Yes, those are signs. Those are not written by the Palestinian Authority. Those are Israeli signs saying that. And so, I mean, that was clear. Like, that was really clear. And then, you know, they started pointing out the differences between, you know, where areas where Palestinians lived and then areas that were settlements. And in your mind, a word like settlement conjures like some, you know, rough pioneers, you know what I mean, living in tents on the outskirts. But really, it's just Levittown. You know what I mean? Like, that's actually, you know, what it is, you know? And understanding that, quote unquote, illegal settlements are actually subsidized by Israel. Like, they're not, like, I had it in my head that somehow this was a problem, you know what I mean, for the Israeli state, but, you know, they certainly don't act like it is.
Not so much, yeah.
You're not so much, actually. You know, when you're subsidizing it, not so much. And so you start seeing that and you're like, oh. I mean, it's immediately, I mean, that was what was so galling about it, you know? Because I felt like people talk about the moral justice or injustice of this in a very, in a way that I now feel like they're trying to obscure, you know? I've said this before, but there really is nothing that someone could do that would make me say segregation, apartheid, Jim Crow are okay. Like, I don't have access to that. I don't, you know, I use the death penalty example all the time. There's nothing anybody's going to say to me that person did that I'm going to say they deserve the death penalty. Like, I'm just not going to do that.
Now, the dominant Israeli narrative would be security, that we have to have these roads in order to protect ourselves from Palestinians who not only want self-determination, but their narrative is that Palestinians don't want the Jewish state to exist and they don't want Jews to exist as such.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is people think when they say that they therefore sound less like apartheid, less like Jim Crow. But they sound more, actually.
Yeah, right.
They sound more. I mean, that just shows like the lack of understanding of the history of those systems and colonialism. Safety is always the point. I am not saying it is necessarily safe. Like, I don't deny that there are Palestinians who want to do harm and Palestinian groups that want. That's not what I'm saying. But again, I go back to, you know, if you told me the death penalty was the only way to guarantee the safety of your community, complete safety, I would say I still don't believe in the death penalty. I still don't. You know what I mean? It's not situational. You know what I mean? Perhaps people on the
and this is where I think liberation is kind of treated this way. It has become situational. Liberation, for example, there's some tanky spaces. I need to stop using that word. There are some alleged leftist spaces, okay? Alleged leftist spaces online who are saying things like Bashar al-Assad was a good leader. Okay? They're saying Bashar al-Assad was good because he was allowing weapons to go through from Iran to Hezbollah. Now, and the reason why is because Hezbollah is fighting the Zionist state of Israel, or at least is kind of like putting up some resistance to the Zionist state of Israel, and that will end up freeing Palestinians. That's their thought process. But what they've done here is they have remodeled oppression. They are saying it's okay for the Syrian people to be oppressed if it means Palestinians will be free and the Zionist state of Israel is dismantled. Firstly, Hezbollah isn't going to dismantle the Zionist state of Israel. Hezbollah is not going to dismantle Israel, okay? There is no fucking way. The second thing is, if you talk to any Palestinian, they're not hoping for Lebanon to free them because no one's freed them. They know the fight is theirs and theirs alone. They aren't saying, okay, Iran will free us, or Hezbollah will free us, or someone else will free us. No, they are resisting themselves. And no Palestinian would say, I am okay with the oppression of that person if it means I'm free. There's a reason why we say none of us are free until Palestine is free. Because when Palestine is free, it means that those other places will have liberation too, either before or after. Palestinians will never ever put, at least the ones I've spoken to, will never ever put their own liberation ahead of someone else's oppression. Okay, so I am not gonna take this bullshit about liberation is like a choice some fucking people can make because it's their right somehow. Bullshit. You're either for liberation for all, or you're just remodeling oppression. You're just remodeling the system of oppression. Never buy this bullshit of like, it's okay if a few 100,000 people die under a dictator because weapons are going to Hezbollah. What the fuck is that?
The other side of the aisle can understand it this way. If you believe abortion is murder, what am I going to say to you? Like, there's nothing, you know what I mean? There's no, you think it's murder.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's like the feeling, I have, you know what I mean? When I'm faced with Jim Crow, when I'm faced with apartheid, there's just nothing you're going to say to me. And unfortunately, the argument of safety is the exact same argument that people who I don't think some of those folks who use that argument actually want to be in league with. It puts you in not great company.
Was the security argument or any argument from the pro-Israeli perspective more persuasive to you before you traveled there?
The sense that it was complicated was, because I think that plays on a basic notion that we have in our head, which is that stories are complicated, history is complicated. Like that sort of, it rhymes, it feels familiar.
Yeah. I remember my brother telling me it's far more complicated than you think. I told him early on, this is one of the reasons why I'm so angry with him, is he's told me some fucking stories, and I've reflected back on them, and I just think, how the fuck does he think like this? And I just felt like, why is he telling me this story at the time? But I couldn't put a finger on it. I didn't actually know enough to kind of refute it. I just said it's not that complicated. People are being obliterated. But it's more than just that, right? Like it's a tactic. It's a tactic. It's a tactic to get you to stop thinking about it. Because it's easy to say it's complicated and someone else is taking care of the thinking. Don't worry about it. It's too complicated. Why do you want to spend your time on it? Same with people who think Russia is some historically progressive force simply because they are in conflict with Western imperialism. You can recognize the primary contradiction contradiction is capitalism without making that your whole politics. Yeah, 100%. 100%. We've had this conversation with like pro-Russia people basically, right? Like if I go, how can you be pro-Russia if you are pro-Palestine. You know, how the fuck can you be that way? Because Ukraine's defending itself from an aggressor. And the Palestinians are defending their sovereignty from their aggressor and their occupier. Like, I don't see the difference. There are obvious differences to who's supporting Ukraine and who's got the means to defend themselves. Yes. But that doesn't make their defense less valid. That doesn't make Ukraine's defense from Russia less valid because America is giving them bombs or Europe is giving them bombs.
And the system is complicated. It is. There's a lot of complication there. You know what I mean?
Right.
But the morality of it, whether this should be happening of it, you know what I mean? If you ask me, the basic, should this country be subsidizing the defense of apartheid, of taking people's land, of let's put the buzzwords away. Maybe people don't like that. Should it be subsidizing a society that defines democracy by saying half the people deserve one set of rights and everybody else deserves less? No, man, it's just no. It's just no, and there's nothing that anyone's gonna say that's gonna make me say yes to that.
I want you to listen to this. So this is the DSA candidate. She's the DSA candidate that won in the Florida primaries today. I didn't know about her. We watched a little bit of the Florida primaries today. I didn't know much about her. And then I've heard Angela Nixon. I've heard her give speeches now about Palestine, and you got to vote for her, Stalin's fork. Oh, you lucky person. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, Angela Nixon, she is so fucking based, man. Oh my gosh. I didn't even know about her candidacy. She is so based. Jasmine Crockett, take fucking notes. This is who you should look up to, Jasmine Crockett. This is who a liberator is supposed to be, not fucking Jasmine Crockett taking Israeli dollars and then claiming racism when people absolutely hate her for it,
Work 3 jobs just to keep a roof over their heads is extreme. They call me extreme. But where I come from, okay, right here in Duval County, these things are not radical. That's right. They're not extreme. This is just basic human decency. It's caring for our neighbors. And I don't know about you, but I was taught to love my neighbors. That's what guides me. Some folks like Ashley Moody like to claim the mantle of morality, yet their actions tell a very different story. But we put actions behind our words. So Ashley Moody can call it whatever she wants. She can call us whatever she wants. But in November, she will call me Senator.
Yes! Woo! Oh, shit! Yes! Oh my goodness. That's it. I want you to hear. Fuck, man. I'm such a dick. Like in things like that, my eyes get really teary. Just a little weird like that. This is who she is, bro. This is who she is, folks. This is who she is. And yeah, fucking amazing.
We are at 10,000 dead Palestinians. How many will be enough? I also, one of my colleagues just said all of them. Wow. One of my colleagues said all of them. One of my colleagues also stated that this is going to dry up their fundraising if we vote on this resolution. I also want that, like, that's what we've become in this state. That's what we've become in this state, where we don't care about innocent babies that don't even get the opportunity to blow out their first birthday candle. We are at 10,000 dead Palestinians. How many will be enough?
Republican Michelle Salzman shouts all of them. So yeah, a Republican senator, when she asked that question, shouted all of them. This is who won. This is who won.
Debt is the leading. See, this is not just a big issue for me. It's a big issue for Floridians and Americans everywhere. Medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy right now in our country. So think about it. People are literally going bankrupt simply because they're trying to stay alive. And so what we heard and we're witnessing right now is the fact that there are corporate established Democrats who are now beholden to these corporations that are making it harder for people to have access to quality health care. They're actually denying claims because they don't want to pay them out because it's going to impact their bottom line. I don't care about corporations' bottom lines. I care about people. The needs of the people need to be met. That is my first priority. And we definitely would have to assess whether or not we need to keep these folks in leadership. But right now, according to the American people, they don't feel that way, that they should be in leadership. And I'm on the same side right now, especially hearing this recently.
So I read this little excerpt from a book I'm reading at the moment called Afro Decolonial Manifesto. And I think a lot of white people here have heard me saying white leftism is kind of in need of a big overhaul. And white leftism needs to acknowledge white privilege and white supremacy. The book is called Afro Decolonial Manifesto, recommended to me by a chatter. Nidar. I don't know if Nidar is here, but thank you, Nidar. I just want to read you this little bit from it. I've read about half of the book now. This little bit. Objective reasons for the difficulties in alliances between blacks and whites are due to the visceral attachment of many progressive activists to white supremacy and to their concrete fear of losing power and influence. Still today, the young generation of Euro descendants hold up their lack of responsibility in the crimes of slavery or colonialism and refuse to question, on the one hand, the economic and political world order built on those foundations, and on the other, the new scourges of racism and neocolonialism. Have I done analysis of Larkin's run? No, I haven't. Biodegradable. Like, it's such an important concept to understand. And I implore, if you are a white leftist, or you consider yourself white, and you believe you're a leftist, I want you to understand that the way that white leftists can help is by educating white people about white privilege and white supremacy. Because there is a lack of acknowledgement of the role white supremacy and white privilege plays in our society, especially, and this is nuts to say, on the fucking supposed left. How can the left not acknowledge the most influential, hateful ideology over the last 600 years that has built the world we live in today? How can we not acknowledge that? So white people, if you consider yourself a leftist and you're not educating white people in your communities, in your spaces, in white spaces, about the role of white supremacy and white privilege, then what is the leftism here? How are these candidates, how are these movements going to gain any sort of momentum if it's just a bit of flip-flopping from one election to the other? You know, it's like, oh, yep, this is great. Let's elect this this black man as president. This will be historic, and then flip-flop back to fucking Donald Trump because the black guy scared you, and he may have ripped your rights away. Like, it's really important to, I think, acknowledge these things. I'm gonna read this one more time, and then we can move on to the next bit. Okay. Objective reasons for the difficulties in alliances between blacks and whites are due to the visceral attachment of many progressive activists to white supremacy and to their concrete fear of losing power and influence. Still today, the young generation of Euro descendants hold up their lack of responsibility in the crimes of slavery or colonialism and refuse to question, on the one hand, the economic and political world order built on those foundations, and on the other, the new scourges of racism and neocolonialism. It's easy to avoid talking about racism. It's easy to just say, you know what? You talk about race too much. You're a race essentialist. You care about race too much. The world is racialized. That's how the world is built. There's a reason why one bit of the world is called the West and the rest of it is called the Global South. There's a reason why Europe is called Europe and not, the West Asian Peninsula. So either understand the importance of race in the politics that we have today and lean into that and understand it, or we'll commit the same issues. We're bound to keep fucking making the same issues and electing absolute idiots every single time. That goes to, actually, it is called the West Asian Peninsula. Yeah, that's what we're calling it now. You can't blame Obama. You can't blame Biden. It is a systemic issue. It is when your founder was a slave owner and he's on your fucking dollar bill. There's a bit of a problem there, don't you think? When your founder, George Washington, was wearing slave teeth as dentures and he gets lionized as some sort of liberating figure, you have a systemic issue. And we have that problem in Aotearoa too. I can guarantee you that much.
There's a way, both in the book and in your interviews, that you tie the sort of uncomplicated nature of this whole thing, the moral obviousness of it all, to seeing it up close.
Yes.
But you didn't just see it. You read. You read deeply. You read Rashid Khalidi and Noor Arakat and Edward Said and Israeli historians like Benny Morris. And you tied those two things together. A lot of people don't have the opportunity to travel, and certainly to travel to Israel, Palestine. How possible is it to arrive at the conclusion that this thing doesn't make any sense without actually going there?
I think if we had a news media with different commitments, it would be possible. We didn't have to travel to South Africa to understand, but unfortunately we don't. We don't have and I've been struggling because there are many journalists who I have admired and who I've looked up to and media organizations that I admire and I look up to, and I don't think they're clarifying things.
Actually, it all started with that trip Biden took to get soft serve ice cream. Oh my gosh, my throat is so croaky. Sorry guys, I am very sick. So if my throat makes weird noises, that'll be why.
I don't think there's that role. And again, I do think that they find it very hard, and I'm sympathetic to this, but to cast people who are in some cases literal like sons and daughters or grandsons and granddaughters of Holocaust survivors as perpetrators of something that victimizes another group of people. That just like that's a step we have to get. You know what I mean? Like it's like in your mind, it doesn't ordinarily click. The way other things do. And
That's a good faith interpretation of human behavior, though, to some extent.
It is, and I have to start from there. Like I have to start.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but why?
Because my whole way of writing, even though other people don't always receive it this way, is if I were in your shoes, I think
I really want to write, but I know if I write, it's gonna be like jumbled and I'm not gonna make too much sense. I can barely fucking put a sentence together here without saying or or whatever. I think writing would be a great way to express, but I always look at guys like Ta-Nehisi Coates and I go, how the fuck do you turn your thoughts into those words? It always astonishes me how these writers, these guys like Coates and Kendi and Gerald Horne and all of these people, like they turn their thoughts into words incredibly. Writing is 90% editing and the rest is actual writing.
I think this is wrong. But if I were in your shoes, how could I arrive at the same position somewhat honestly?
Yeah.
And I know that I feel that impulse. It's horrifying to think that. Like it's really, like probably my earliest moment to true political consciousness that I can think of was I left my parents' house and I went to Howard University and I took Black Diaspora. And this was a class that basically gave a survey of the Black diaspora, literally actually from ancient Egypt all the way up, right? And you got to the slave trade and you had to confront the fact that you were not kidnapped. Like people who you would look at as Black sold you. So it wasn't that these people came and got you. And this was like heartbreaking. This was like devastating. You know what I mean? Like
it takes me like hours to write a post. You know, I have to think about it, write it, and then think about it. It takes me ages.
Like weeks for me to
just to write a
accept
post.
that in my mind because the neat narrative of having been stolen, right, is so much easier. Right. You can easily assign villains, heroes, etc. But no, you soldiers, and then it's like, And so I know that there are like these points in our storytelling that don't always look like 1 + 1. Or don't look like we want 1 + 1 to look. And I just think it's hard. I think it's very hard for people.
But you still have a kind of abiding faith in the fundamental, if not goodness, at least sincerity of people.
I feel like the very reason that this has to be obscured speaks to the fundamental, I don't know if I would say goodness. Human beings are not really good at seeing violent immorality for what it is and saying, I'm going to do exactly that. They usually need it obscured in some way.
Yeah.
They need to believe that the victim is somehow not human. They need to believe that it's not happening. They need to believe that it's more like they don't just say, you know what I mean? I'm going to do X, Y, and Z fully knowing, you know what I mean? They usually come up, like we need stories for this. And so I think that speaks to some sort of consciousness.
I'm just going to be back, guys. I need to use the bathroom quickly. I've been hydrating since I'm sick. I probably hydrated a bit too much, a few liters of water. And it is kind of putting pressure on my bladder, as the French would say. I'll be back, okay? Give me 1 second. Go piss, go. 1 sec. Watching his only P stream is crazy. Crazy. I'll go back to this video in a second. I want us to listen to this. Award-winning journalist Ta-Nehisi Coates discusses the N-word. I want his perspective on this. Hey, Red Bob's cough.
Thank you so much, by the way. Hi, my name is Allison Albelda. I'm a freshman at Northwestern. I'm also a reporter for the Daily Northwestern, but I'm not here on behalf of the Daily Northwestern.
10 out of 10 stream.
But my editor's up there, so he can also write stuff down as I'm talking to you. Okay, cool. So basically,
Giggity.
last week Northwestern had this concert with Lil Uzi Vert. I don't know if you know who that is. He's like the "All My Friends Are Dead." Going through my head, something, all my friends are dead. Anyway, he uses the N-word profusely, a ton, and there was an email sent out to students who went to this concert saying, you don't have a right to use this word, which I 100% agree with. As a white person, I don't have any right. I haven't, until reparations are paid, until there's some sort of giving back, there's no right. But what do you say I don't know what to do when I hear my friends using this word in a song. I don't know what to do when it's all the time.
Well, I don't want to get into what people sing in their showers. If you want to sing the whole DMX song in your shower or whatever that dude's name, it's fine.
I think this is a great question. Firstly, even after they pay reparations, I don't think you should use that word. I don't think reparations is like an entry fee to use the N-word, okay, everybody? It's like your fucking pay-to-play kind of thing? Nah, bro.
I think people should understand the reasoning for why, and this is, divisive with even in the black community. Everybody doesn't agree with this. I'm sorry, I'm going to say the word, because I think, in the conversation, if you had used the word nigger right just now, I would have understood what you meant, and I wouldn't have taken offense within the context of the question. I understand why you did that. Communities in general of people, well, let's start even more basic than that. Words don't have meaning without context, okay? My wife refers to me as honey. That's accepted and okay between us. If we were walking down the street together and a strange woman referred to me as honey, that wouldn't be acceptable. The understanding is I have some sort of relationship with my wife. Hopefully I have no relationship with this strange woman. When I was young and I used to go see my family in Philadelphia where my dad was from, they will all call him Billy. His name is William Paul Coates. No one in Baltimore called him Billy. And had I referred to my father as Billy, that probably would have been a problem. That's because the relationship between myself and my dad is not the same as the relationship between my dad and his mother and his sisters who he grew up with, right? We understand that. It's the same thing with words within the African American community or within any community. My wife, with her girlfriend, will use the word bitch. I do not join in. I don't, say, hey, I don't do that. I don't do that. And perhaps more importantly, I don't have a desire to do it. You understand? A while ago, Dan Savage was going to have this show that he was going to call Hey Faggot. I'm not going to yell faggot at Dan Savage. That's not my relationship with the LGBT community. And I understand that, and I'm okay with that. I don't have a desire to, yell out the word, faggot. I just don't have that. The question one must ask, if that's accepted and normal for groups of people, we understand that, it's normal, actually,
for groups to use words that are derogatory in an ironic fashion. Why is there so much hand-wringing when black people do it? Black people are basically, however you feel about it, they're not outside of the normal rules and laws for humanity. I had a good friend who used to have this cabin in upstate New York, which he referred to as the white trash cabin. He was white. I would never refer to that cabin. I would never tell him I'm coming to your white trash cabin. I just wouldn't do that. You know what I mean? I think you understand why I wouldn't do it. The question one must ask is why so many white people have difficulty extending things that are basic laws, of how human beings interact to black people. And I think I know why. When you're white in this country, you're taught that everything belongs to you.
I want to be a good boy.
You think you had a right to everything. You had a right to go where you, and you're conditioned this way. It's not, because your hair is a texture or your skin is light. It's the fact that the laws and the culture tell you this. You had a right to go where you want to go, do what you want to do, be however, and people just got to accommodate themselves to you. So here comes this word that, you feel like you invented. And now somebody will tell you how to use the word that you invented. Why can't I use it? Everyone else gets to use it. You know what? That's racism that I don't get to use it. That's racist against me. I have to inconvenience myself and hear this song and I can't sing along? How come I can't sing along? You know what I mean? And I think, for white people, I think the experience of being a hip-hop fan and not being able to use the word nigga is actually very, very insightful. It will give you just a little peek into the world of what it means to be black. Because
that is so fucking good. It's true. Like, it's like white people are so enraged. White people are so enraged sometimes where they can't use this N-word. When like, do I know if some guy is using the N-word somewhere else? And no, but they get so enraged when they can't use the N-word, and it's like, okay, now take that discomfort and scale it across everything in the world. Like that discomfort, is it within everything in the world for black and brown people?
Country, you're taught that everything belongs to you. You think you had a right to everything. You had a right to go where you, and you're conditioned this way. It's not, because your hair is a texture or your skin is light. It's the fact that the laws and the culture tell you this. You had a right to go where you want to go, do what you want to do, be however, and people just got to accommodate themselves to you. So here comes this word that, you feel like you invented. And now somebody will tell you how to use the word that you invented. Why can't I use it? Everyone else gets to use it. You know what? That's racism that I don't get to use it. That's racist against me. I have to inconvenience myself and hear this song and I can't sing along? How come I can't sing along? You know what I mean? And I think, for white people, I think the experience of being a hip-hop fan and not being able to use the word nigga is actually very, very insightful. It will give you just a little peek into the world of what it means to be black. Because to be black is to walk through the world and watch people doing things that you cannot do, that you can't join in and do, And so I think there's actually a lot to be learned from refraining.
Wow. Oh my goodness. That is such an incredible insight. It's so true. Amazing. And guys, one of the things that I have come to acknowledge is my experience as a brown man. I do not equate it to anybody's experience, Ta-Nehisi's experience as a black man, right? We are we are different people. I've had different experiences. I'm not here trying to say, my experiences are exactly like Ta-Nehisi Coates's, or if you're black in chat, that's not what I'm trying to say here. It's that we have to understand the struggle from all perspectives. And the factor that I guess we can unite on as brown and black people is the oppressive nature of white supremacy and white privilege. And that is something we can say, okay, we have experienced it, but the individual experiences or even experiences between racial groups are going to be very different. So that's not my intent here. It's not to minimize another racial group's experience with whiteness and white supremacy and white privilege. It's to just highlight that we all, black and brown people, have experience with having to deal with white supremacy and white privilege. How we've dealt with it can be very, very different, and how we've experienced it is very different.
That is there, and I just hey man, a lot of effort goes into making sure that only a certain view of what's happening over there gets told. And I think if there, were no, if those senses of human goodness weren't there, there'd be no need to lie. People just say what was happening. They just say it.
Right.
You
start the book not in Palestine, but in Senegal.
Mm-hmm.
This is your first time visiting Africa, but which surprised me because I know your father. Mm-hmm. I knew how you grew up. Mm-hmm. I knew the kind of books you read and the kind of traditions you were exposed to.
This is actually one of the most interesting things in this book, Afro Decolonial Manifesto. I think something that's a very good perspective to have. Yes.
Can I just poke this up?
Yeah, sure. Doesn't hurt. It leaves a mark though, eh?
Yeah. I made the sharpest bit.
The sharpest bit? Yeah. It's okay. Give me a kiss.
On your leg?
Give me a kiss before you go.
Can I do it on your leg?
You can do it on my leg. This is one of the best things about the Afro Decolonial Manifesto. Hey Doug, welcome. I think it's very clear on saying that difference, in experience between colonized peoples. We haven't experienced colonization, white supremacy, white privilege in the same way, but we have experienced those things. So in that lies a type of unity that we can definitely work on building and understanding and sharing with each other.
Why now?
Well, I started traveling relatively late, and I wanted to travel for pleasure. And this was not, I just knew it's not, it's not a place, you know what I mean? Like maybe eventually you do go there for pleasure.
But Slave Castles ain't the first vacation you want to take.
No, not at all, not. So much so, and I talk about this in the book, that when I got to where I was staying, it was on the beach, and I walk outside, and there was people on the beach, and I was like offended that they were on a beach acting like it's a beach.
Right.
It's not a beach, you know what I mean, to me, and so.
I was having.
I have other friends that grew up just like me in close proximity to Nashville who have never been to Africa. Because the weight of it is tremendous.
Mm.
Hey, Lava.
It's just tremendous. And I think, it wasn't until I got to a point in my life where I was like, okay, I'm ready to take this on, that I could do it.
With Palestine, there was like the generic, it's complicated, and the kind of media narratives that you have access to. But with Africa, you had a lot more to take on. You had all the narratives, all the stories, all the histories, all the panels and programs you went to your whole life. All of that produces stuff that you have to, kind of wade through. Mm-hmm. Talk to me about that journey.
Well, I had made it before I went to Africa, and I guess like what I would refer to is, all of the systems of segregation, enslavement, degradation of African Americans, they begin their stories ultimately in Africa. It's always we pulled you out of the wilds and, you were heathen Christian, couldn't do anything. We educated you. This is better for you, something like that, some version of that. And then there's a whole, I don't know, flow of entertainment from Tarzan or American traditions that come out of that.
Right.
And we have.
I know if I write, like, I have a Substack and I've tried to write stuff on it, but I just either I'm like just so exhausted, or like I'll sit and then won't be able to write, because I know if I start writing, it's going to be about like fucking white leftists and house curries. That's all I'm gonna write about, because for me those things are so top of mind at the moment. Not just at the moment. I mean, it's been in my thought process for a while. But I'd pay for that book. White leftists and house curries, nice.
As Black people, constructed counter narratives, to those ideas. And part of my political maturity, I guess, or maturation, has been to accept that.
What a day. I have been in a cultural immersion program led by an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander owned enterprise today. Fantastic. Oh, that's nice, Lava. That's amazing. Write what's on your mind. That's the thing. When I sit in front of like an empty page, I just don't know how to start. It's tough, man. I get a. You might want to journal first. That's a good option. That's a good option.
Obviously, the dominant narrative is not sufficient, but even the counter narrative isn't. Mostly because the counter narrative is a counter narrative.
Give us a book on philosophy, but written from the perspective of Cletus. Wow. Mind blown. Two of the uncles took us through Redfern, Sydney suburbs, and yarned to us about all the historic sites and activities in this area. Couldn't get enough. Oh, that's awesome, Lava. That sounds like I'd love to hear more about it. I'd love to hear more about it. That sounds incredible. Write what is in front of mind and keep going. That'll clear the way for other ideas or more perspective. Yeah, I really need to just find some room to do it. I will find room. I'll write, I'll paint, I'll do all of these things. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not saying these things without a well thought out perspective. And I'm slowly building my perspective, and what I'm starting to find is that my perspective is extremely logical and is based in a lot of historical fact and aligned with people I love. So people I love to listen to, people I love to read. But I'm slowly building it. It's a confidence thing, I think.
Narrative, i.e., it accepts the premises, of the dominant narrative.
Give me an example.
That somehow, whether or not Black peoples or the existence of Africans corresponded to what the West would define as civilization determines their worth. Right. By which I mean that I need to go and search and find evidence that, Africans built complicated architecture, that they have some sort of, incredible system of mathematics or science, etc. It's fine that they built huge empires and conquered, groups of people, you know what I mean? And then organized them in very complicated, ways. I'm not saying that research shouldn't happen, but that research is wholly irrelevant to your human worth. Like, it has nothing to do with that. It has not.
Yeah. And this is the thing. This is such a great point. You always get fucking told. You always get fucking told, like, oh, why are you using that phone? That's a white man. And then I have to remind people that actually, Steve Jobs was Syrian, and then they really lose their shit. The Steve Jobs being Syrian thing really takes racists out. It really takes them out. Just keep that one in mind, okay? But none of that means that you are any less of a human being And none of that means that you deserve genocide. None of that means you deserve systemic oppression. That's the thing. It's like, why go there? When we're talking about equitable outcomes for everybody, why go to the place of, white people invented, using toilet paper on their ass because they didn't want to wash it properly? Like, who cares? Am I always here talking about fucking bidets? I pride myself on not saying it, which does actually mean something in North Texas, because Dallas has a very irony-poisoned culture. My best friend is Ethiopian and has told me, I don't know if you do. I don't care if you do, which is heartwarming and all. But what makes it feel nicer is responding with, I know, but what I feel but what if I just still did it? Now that manifests a respect that doesn't need to be spoken to be felt. Yeah. I agree with you. I agree that I agree. Well, to be fair, you do talk about bidets a fair bit. And yeah, the South is fucking really good for you, Oxpecker. Good for you. As an Abesha in Ethiopia, we don't really have a right to give people the pass. Yeah, I don't think anybody should be giving people the pass. Like, I don't think anyone has the right to give people any passes. Like, which is why when I say things like house curry, I will say it with a caveat that you probably shouldn't say it if you're not Indian.
Nothing, and the problem is the counter narrative often buys into the premise that somehow.
But that's what white privilege is, Cypher. You don't need to hand out passes. You already have it.
We can argue about whether you should have been enslaved, whether you should have been segregated, whether you should have been lynched, by countering notions of your worth.
Yeah.
But I think worth is intrinsic.
Oh, not for white people. White people banned. I see.
I don't care if my family was dirt farmers, if I'm a descendant from 20 lines of dirt farmers that did nothing, or what you would call nothing. You know what I mean? It doesn't make me fit for slavery. And this is like a basic thing that I think is really, really important, because not to take it back here, but one of the great eras, I think, of Zionism was that it bought the narrative. Like it bought a European narrative and then went and constructed Zionism as a kind of counter narrative, but not questioning the very premises of whether land, nation, etc., should be tied to notions of blood, ancestry, etc.
Yeah.
And I would hate for us to repeat that mistake.
If you're constantly talking back to the narrative, it also means you're constantly centering whiteness. You're constantly talking back to white people, thinking about white people.
Totally. And you think you're not, but you really are. You're like, they are your earth. Right. And you're the moon, you know what I mean? Like, you're always rose, wherever their position is, you are counter to that, as opposed to, you know what I mean, trying to figure out what your own stuff should actually be.
Have you figured out a way to write in a way that removes white people from the center of the conversation? Toni Morrison often talked about trying to do that, and in some ways being maybe successful at it in her own estimate.
Cypher, my thing to all of this is just this. The satire. Because people immediately get it. Like, this song evokes images of neckbeards, of shooting from the hip, of Native American genocides. Like, you don't need anything else than this. That's why it's so simple. And that's why I think people really do just understand it. Yeah, exactly, Chrome Piper.
I think she was. But I see a lot of other writers say that how hard that is and how they're not able to do that.
It might be hard because we're American. I'm talking about African Americans specifically.
Yeah.
Like it might be hard because we're in this interesting position where we are an ethnic group here, but the state itself puts us automatically in conversation with other people.
Right.
So I don't even know that I had that as a goal. I do have it that I'm very clear on who I'm writing for, which does not mean I don't want other people to read it. You know what I mean? But that I have some clarity about who I'm writing for and what I'm rooted in. You know, I think decentering might be a little bit more important than removing. You know?
Yeah. When I hear you talk about the unique position we're in as African Americans in terms of how we navigate all those issues, it reminded me of something that you wrote. You said, it occurs to me now that
this sort of consciousness is actually, I think, missing from the narrative of Indian people. This sort of consciousness of like understanding our oppressor, understanding what white supremacy is, what white privilege is. And I hope there are Indian people here, or Asian, South Asian, or Asian people in general. I really hope that there are Asian people here listening, and thinking about this stuff, because we have been deeply oppressed and dispossessed by white supremacy and white privilege. Deeply. And it's not a bad thing to feel that injustice. It doesn't make you weak. It doesn't make you weak to ask the questions you need to ask. It isn't woke. It's justice. You should totally reflect, and you should totally connect with that past. It's not weak to do that. It just isn't.
that I had come to see a part of Africa, but not Africans. What does it mean to be connected to Africa, but to not necessarily think about Africans as such in the way that you're describing?
The Africans that call to us, the Africans that we think about when we think about our ancestors, the Africans that probably, in our blood, like tie us to like they're all dead. They're all dead. And so one of the downsides of my first trip was that I was in the Senegal of the present, but in my mind, I wasn't, And so I think that's okay. I talked to some friends and they were like, that's actually normal for your first trip. That's not crazy. To
just be thinking about the ancestors.
Yeah. And then hopefully what happens is you take 2, 3, 4, and then it's like, okay, now I can see you. And now we can have a conversation. You're present here. Okay, I got it. You know what I mean? This is your country. You know what I mean? We can now have a conversation, But the first time and towards the end of the first time, I did have that actually. That's not true. I had it at the end of the first.
The banjo song now appears in my mind whenever I run into a local bigot. So it's in my head a lot around here. I love it. Yeah, folks. God dang. We about to have a hootenanny. Get your boots on. Get your moonshine. Get your guns. Let's shoot some Arabs. Yee-hoo! Good graces to you and yours.
Trip. But for much of it, man, no. I mean, you're in your own head, like just thinking about Jesus Christ. And then you look at the people, and the people look so familiar to you. You know what I mean? And it's that, and it's a serious experience. You know what is interesting? Before I went to the I'd been to the Caribbean. It'd been fine. Even though horrific violence happened, obviously, in Jamaica. You know what I mean? Right. But it was fine. There was no, I could see Jamaicans. I could talk to Jamaicans. I was very interested. Yeah. Like I was anywhere else. Like I didn't want to be sequestered in a resort. I really wanted to, that was not my relationship with Senegal at all. No, because that's the origin point. And that was how I felt. You know what I mean? Jamaica, I thought I was going to see cousins. You know what I mean? Like, that's how that felt. And Africa, it was like, oh man, this is like a pilgrimage to some, ancient ancestors, graveyard or something,
Wow. A pilgrimage to an ancient ancestor's graveyard. That's one way to describe it. That's profound.
The other essay in the book is not abroad. It's right here in the United States. You go to Columbia, South Carolina, and you visited a high school teacher who was not allowed to teach Between the World and Me, your 2015 book. And the reason, which never ceases to amaze me, is that white students complained that it made them feel ashamed for being.
Have you read his run of Black Panther? His run of Black Panther? No, I haven't. Is it in a book or something? What does read his run of Black Panther mean?
White. Help me make sense of how we get from the racial reckoning of 2020, where America was finally coming to terms with its racial past and to a moment not that long after, where white people were like,
within months.
Where white people were like, I can't do this history thing, man. It's making me a little uncomfortable.
Yeah. Well, I think in defense of white people, there are a lot of them and they're different groups. And I actually saw that. I mean, I talk about, actually the need to go places, and I saw that.
Run equals series of issues he wrote for that comic book? No. Please link Attack the Block. I'd like to know what you're referring to. Sounds interesting. As an Irish person with just Irish ancestry, it's so hard to understand how a journey like this must be. Mind-boggling. Yeah.
I mean, I think that reckoning had more effect than maybe we think. It just didn't have enough.
Okay. What effect did it have?
It had the effect that I was in deep red Columbia, South Carolina at a school board meeting, and a woman who might have been in her early 70s wanted to talk to me about Colson Whitehead. And how her all-white church had started a book group. And this was 2023, so this is a while later. This is not 2020. And how they had started, it was so funny. She said, we started a book group, only did Black authors. I said, wow, that's incredible. She said, yeah, we tried to reach out, to a Black church and have some partnership. They came to a couple meetings and stopped going, and I was like...
Sounds about right.
Book clubs. Folks, I am terrified of talking about book clubs now because, I think we know why. Book clubs. Look, book clubs can be fucking powerful. Take books about racism in there. Do it, white people. White book clubs. Clip it. No, don't clip. Oh, shit, clip it.
You know what I mean? Well, because they don't want to have to,
Thank you, Attack the Block.
And you know what?
Book Talk Mafia.
I applaud them because they kept going. Like, they didn't say, these Black folks don't want to deal with this, so, therefore we can drop this.
Right.
They had kept going. You know what I mean? And, I think that...
Oh, shit. This is real? Why the heck have I not... How much is this? Yeah. I fucking want this. Oh my gosh, he wrote about the Black Panther? Okay. Yeah, I want this. Do you have these books? Do you have these books, Attack the Block? I am getting these. I am so getting these. Looks incredible. Wow. I didn't know it existed. It's 21 bucks for paperback? Holy moly. Holy moly. Let's go. Okay, man. Okay. I think I have a new thing to collect. I think I have a new thing to collect, everybody. Wow. This is a share and a half. How the heck did I not know about this? Yeah, I have them, but they were a bit rough at first. His writing got better in the later issues. Nice.
What I saw down there actually was a critical mass, not a majority, but a significant minority of white people who understood that reading.
Michael, I live in New Zealand. I don't think they'll be here. I live in Aotearoa, so I don't think they'll be in our library.
Black authors.
Our local library.
Reading LGBTQ authors, reading authors who may not sound like the traditional, was now part of what it meant to be an educated person.
Right.
Whatever they think of those politics.
Yeah.
And they don't want their kids going out into the world and not being able to talk. You know, like they have dreams and ambitions, you know what I mean, for their kids. And they want their kids to be able to go out and, you know, explore the world. Now, there are people that don't want their kids to explore the world. There are people that want their kids to reify the world as it is or as they see it. And for those people, books are very, very dangerous because a book is a one-on-one interface. You know, if it's your kid in that book. You know what I mean? It's not like kids watching something on TV and you can see it right there, right? The kid is bringing their imagination and what they're seeing to the book. And that mind meld that forms is very dangerous for a certain type of parent because that parent can't get in there. That kid has its own interior private life. And so if you are of the mind that you're trying to not just erect hierarchy, but continue it, a hierarchy of a certain type, you don't want those kind of mind melds happening because you don't know where that kid's going.
Right.
You
And
know?
that's how you get the bans in the sense.
Exactly. I actually think it's really intelligent. I mean, kind of brute, but I get it.
Hoopla is a service some U.S. libraries use for borrowing digital comics. Attack the Block with like stuff like this. I mean, I use Kindle, but if I'm interested in a book and I want a copy of it to keep, I'll just buy the hardcover. I don't buy that many books, but I buy the ones that I think, like I bought Black Skin, White Mask by Frantz Fanon. That's a book I have. I recently bought the Te Tiriti o Waitangi book when we went to Waitangi to see the spot where the treaty was signed. Like I buy books that I want to remember, and this feels like something I want to remember. Like I want to keep a copy of. I want to fill my bookshelf with things that my son will pick up in the future and be able to like reflect on himself and ask critical questions about the way he fits into society and things like that. Those are the types of books I want to have on my bookshelf. I am doing it for him.
I get it. I wasn't like, wow, why are you doing? You know, people say, oh, it's just a book. It's like, no. Either it's powerful or it's not. And I come from a tradition that says it's powerful. So if it is, then I completely understand what they're doing. You know, I disagree with it. I think it's wrong, you know, and dumb, but.
In 2014, you wrote a piece for The Atlantic that is one of the most celebrated pieces of your career. It's called
Amber's like on the bookshelf. There's a splash of smut in there as well. Amber's little smutty books. You got the fucking 50 Shades. You got the other shit. Ugh.
The Case for Reparations. In it, you discuss the subject of reparations for slavery and racial inequality. You cite Germany's payments to Israel after the Holocaust as an example of reparations. In the message you write, within days of publishing The Case for Reparations, I began to feel the mistake, but it took years for the depth of that mistake and thus my own debt to compound. I was struck one.
I rewatched Boondocks a few weeks ago when I had some leave. That was a good flashback. Nice.
At the humility of it, right? Just, most writers don't like to say, I messed up. Most intellects don't like to say I messed up. They just move on to the next thing. Talk to me about your journey, not just of realizing that you made a mistake, but also of sharing that with the public.
Nice.
I think it's a mistake that writers don't admit they make mistakes. It's, I mean, everybody knows human beings make mistakes. How you know what I mean? Like, come on. So I've never bought into that. But because I very, very much
your daughter
define
loved it
myself
too.
as a
Nice.
writer. Like, well, I guess the first thing that happened was the critique came a week, maybe tops. And it wasn't like a yelling critique. It was a real critique. You know what I mean? It was like, I take this seriously. And I was like, yeah. And I didn't understand the yeah. I just vaguely understood that I had not been curious about what this state that had taken German reparations had actually done. And I knew that was deeply in conflict with the moral argument that I was making, which was not merely a payoff argument, but that we are trying to make the world safe from certain things, right? Certain systems. And if you take the money, but you know what I mean, you perpetrate another, crime of inhumanity. It's not clear to me, what happened there. And so that was an immediate inconsistency. I knew I had to correct it in writing. I knew that. I just knew that had to happen. I knew I could not, because it got so much attention. Yeah. And unless I did something that got the same level of attention, and it really wasn't until I got over there that I really got it. And it was hard. It was like really, really hard. I mean, it was emotionally hard. It was emotionally very difficult. And I think one of the things that's come out of this, and I'm sure you've had this experience. I know you've had this experience. It's hard to think of yourself as a Black person with a level of privilege. And then you meet people from a community that have been completely pushed out of the frame, shunted, right?
Yeah.
And they say to you, thank you. And it's sometimes hard for me to hear that. I mean, in part because of the case for reparations, but also just this is messed up. It's messed up that I get to go on CBS and say X, Y, and Z. That's not right. Because I have this feeling that I can point out the basic inconsistencies that are very, very clear. But there are people who have lived this, man, who really, really know it, in their bones. And, the thanks just remind me, of the absence of those voices. Yeah. So yeah.
Attack the Block says the American Way comic was written by same dude that wrote 12 Years a Slave screenplay. Incredible. These are awesome suggestions. I never thought of that comic book angle. It's such a great way to describe for storytelling. It's an incredible way to tell a story.
Yeah.
There's been a media backlash to the Israel-Palestine section of the book in general, but the most acute one to me was on CBS Mornings when anchor Tony DeCopel said that your writing, quote, would not be out of place in the backpack of an extremist. His point, as I understood it, and it wasn't a great point, but was that you left out historical context, you left out the Israeli perspective, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you see that interview as a kind of signpost of a broader kind of way that you've been treated by the media with regard to this book, or was that somewhat exceptional?
I think that was exceptional. Yeah, I haven't really, I've certainly had debates and arguments with people since then, in the media, which you should.
Yeah.
Which you should. It became clear that, as far as I was concerned, he didn't just have pointed questions, but his beliefs were really, really clear. And so I was right there with that guy.
Blowing my mind.
You know what I mean? The person who truly believes that, not just that Israel has a right to exist, which is, somewhat of a dodge as far as I'm concerned, but that it's just, that the project's just, the project is correct. And that was you know what I mean? I really felt like that had to be confronted, you know what I mean? And that was the, why I, made the point about apartheid, et cetera. You're right, his thing was there's some sort of context that maybe could have been included, but again, there is no context for me for Jim Crow. There's no context that makes that. There are things that are done in this world, and maybe context explains them, Maybe context explains like how they got, but there's no context that will make you feel morally different about it.
Let me ask you about that, because I hear you say that, and I also heard you make a comparison of the October 7th Hamas attacks to Nat Turner's rebellion in 1831. Right here on the show, Norm Finkelstein made a very similar
Thank you, Lava.
analysis. And the question always is, how do you render a moral judgment on Nat Turner in that moment? There are some who would say, killing 55 white men, women, and children is morally indefensible, and there's no context that could explain it. Then there are others who say,
Yeah, I mean, there's context. Again, there's context to explain it. I think I give enough context to explain, for instance, Israeli apart. I could explain it, but
what I'm trying to push you on is to think about the Hamas part of it.
Yes.
Because there are people who have been challenged to say what Hamas did was indefensible, unexplainable. Or Nat Turner, I understand why he did
those are two different things, though.
No. What I'm saying is
inexplicable, because I think it is explicable. I also think it was horrific. And and it's taken me a long time to get here. The harder one, I would say the same about Nat Turner, ultimately.
Woo! Yeah. All them old heads on the panels back in the day are turning over in their graves. I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying I could imagine how much of a reckoning it is to get there.
But Mark, I have to be honest with you. Once I read the story as the story was, it always bothered me.
Why?
You killed a baby in his crib. This is without any political sophistication. No, you know what I mean? I read I know, philosophical, anything. What? That just bothered me. And, I wonder how much of our morality is hardwired or what? And I don't mean morality like one is better than the other, but just what our sense of right and wrong. That always bothered me, man. And I understand it. I get how you can be completely deprived of all rights, including your body, the ability to protect your family, and how low that can make you feel. But I can't get to it. I can't get to it. And I in what I've done, and even in that October 7th case, is I have tried to even put myself, in there. And I understand, and I've said this before, how you feel, how you could feel when these people have completely circumvented and defined your life. You know what I mean? Literally kept you enclosed. Your parents or grandparents or aunts, uncles trying to fish, shot at. I was with somebody this weekend, man, activists. She had pictures of this. She had pictures of the fishermen who had been wounded. You know what I mean? Just because of the blockade, going out trying to do their job. It's not that I don't understand where the violence comes from. It's not that I understand, because I think this is common across, movements, right? I don't think you can find a freedom movement where somebody did something and you weren't kind of
for sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. And for me, I think I have limits at butchering people. I don't know how practical that is. I don't know what that means in terms of what, you know what I mean? There are probably a lot of people who are in movements who say, what are you talking about, Ta-Nehisi? But as a writer and as somebody who situates themselves in the world of, moral imagination, that's just not, I am not that kind. I should not be the person leading that revolutionary movement. I probably shouldn't be anywhere near it. You know what I mean? Because I'm, as impractical as it is, I'm probably going to be the ones that say, maybe you shouldn't do that. At least that's my best version of myself. So yeah.
So you've written a book, you've put it out in the world, it's being received, it's being consumed. The history will say, how, it's ultimately understood. But what do you do next? Historically, you've gone back to the desk, you've gone back to work and moved on to the next project. But all those projects have been in the service of Black liberation in a certain kind of way. This book is, I won't call it an outlier, but there's a way that you've also entered this other conversation on Palestine. When you go back to the desk, do you leave that over there, or are you still going to be involved?
But I never leave any of it over there, though. I think even reparations is here. It's here in this book. Case for reparations is in this book. And in many ways, Between the World and Me is in, this could be described as a continuation, of much of what's in Between the World and Me. So I never leave it. I do, I find that I have a politic or set of politics that is probably similar to many of my political allies in the movement. But I probably do my best work at some distance. You know, not throwing rocks, not yelling at people. You know what I mean? Like I don't do that either. But just that I need to think through Nat Turner by myself. You know what I mean? Or in a room with like 3 other people. I need to think through October 7th, like in a room with 3 other people. You know what I mean? By myself. I just because that is how I you know, it's tough to write in a crowd. It's tough to write in a crowd. And so I probably will go back to the desk. I do think, I don't know what I will do if I don't know what I will do if this escalates. Cause we are in a particular moment.
Yes.
And it may be that, you know, you don't have the luxury of doing certain things. You know, when I got back last year,
I think when people ask me about condemning Hamas and all of these sorts of things, I'll always condemn violence. I think violence is bad, and as Ta-Nehisi says, it's very explainable. Though the context is there, and it's not Hamas that I condemn for October the 7th. It is what the world has done to the Palestinians. I think we all have to take accountability for it, because it is an apartheid system that has been allowed to go on for 77 years. And we as human beings on this earth have enabled it by keeping our silence. So the inevitability of Hamas doing what they did on October the 7th is because of our silence. And that will always be my answer. How can we let a state like Israel as a civil society continue to do these horrible things to them for so long? How did we just switch off from it? I condemn capitalism for creating genocides over and over. Yeah. Of course. For me, just 77 years of this shit is just insane. And it's actually on all of us, I think.
I was like, I'm not going to say anything about this trip. The book is going to come out next year, and that's when I'll talk about it. I won't say anything about it. And then October 7th happened, and then the genocide began. And it was like, damn it.
Right.
Like, I really don't have the privilege of not saying anything. You know, I just saw this, and I have to tell people what I saw. You know, but I didn't want to. I wanted to, just, keep going and keep grinding. So we'll see.
Ta-Nehisi Coates, thank you so much for joining us on Up Front.
Brother. Thank you so much. All right.
I think once we start, doing the whole it's someone else, I think we forget that we always have agency, especially living in the West, with the resources we have to do something. And and just as I look at, Europe or Britain that looked away when Britain was starving tens of millions, hundreds of millions of my ancestors, I feel like I have looked away from this too. And I'm not going to make that mistake again. Hey, Auntie Wash, welcome. It's still your birthday, right? It's still your birthday? Is it still your birthday or has it passed? Welcome, Auntie Wash. Okay, next. This is Ta-Nehisi Coates PEN America World Voices Festival in 2023. A nice little segment here. I just love listening to him. I don't know why. Is this like, do I have a Ta-Nehisi Coates kink? Do I? I don't know.
Hi, all. I'm Mira Jacob. I am a professor here at the writing program, the MFA program here at the New School. And one of my favorite things, actually, about being in a space like this and being on a campus is you remember.
Okay, lady. Let's go.
Where we have an NBA playoff game. I haven't published a book in quite some time. And so I'm always humbled, and I try to say this every time I speak to anybody.
It's something I've struggled with when speaking to others about these topics, and I keep coming back to it's hard to convince someone whose paycheck/income depends on them not doing the right thing. Yeah. The thing about October the 7th, the consistency bit is I want international law to judge everyone equally. Okay? I want international law to judge the Hamas organization as a whole. Just like I wanted to use the same weight on Israel and America. I want international law to work on everybody equitably, equally. It just doesn't.
Cares that I have anything to say. And while there's some jest behind that, one thing I always tell my writing students down at Howard University, where I'm blessed to teach, is nobody's owed an audience. You have to write, but you aren't necessarily owed the fact that people are going to come and see you. So the fact that you guys have come to hear what little bit I have to say is an honor. I am a writer, and so one of the things I like to do when I do talks like this is use you guys the way a stand-up comic uses an audience, and that is to try to get some ideas worked out. I don't think it's any secret to anybody here that the past, I don't know, well, it seems like ever since Trump, really. So I guess for the past 7 or so years have been a period of intense discussion around book bannings, around freedom of speech, around who gets to say what, around where they can say it, and around how they can say it. And I've been kind of watching a lot of this and feeling a lot of things. But I thought, instead of speaking simply from what I've been feeling, what I've been thinking, that I would use the wisdom of some of my ancestors.
Under capitalism, law will always favor the rich and powerful. That includes at international levels. And under capitalism, the law will always favor whiteness.
Because I think whenever you want to look at a society and you want to ask questions about how broad its freedoms extend, how broad its notions of citizenship extends, I think you can do no better than look at that group of people who have actually been the most marginalized. We don't talk about how great our healthcare system is by looking at the wealthiest people. That would obviously be a foolish test. And so I thought, in consideration of notions of speech, in consideration of this history of book banning, in consideration of this moment that we find ourselves in right now.
I think we have covered this, right? When was this? August. No, we have not covered this. Hold on. No, we haven't covered this. New South Wales Supreme Court criticizes IHRA definition as detached from reality. Oh, wow! A New South Wales Supreme Court judge has delivered a sweeping rejection of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, labeling it verbose and imprecise. Wow! Wow! Oh! Slowly but surely. You keep chipping away at the system. You keep chipping away at the system of oppression.
Globalized intifada.
Justice Desmond Fagan's initial criticism of the definition came in a decision rejecting the New South Wales government's bid to place a young Sydney man under a terrorism supervision order after finding prosecutors had failed to establish that his vandalism was evidence of a future terrorism risk. But in the judgment to be published today, Fagan went considerably further, taking aim at the IHRA definition itself and questioning its use as a guide to whether political language directed at Israel should be regarded as anti-Semitic. Boomfa! The pro-Israel lobby, spearheaded by anti-Semitism envoy Gillian Segal, is pushing for the integration of the IHRA definition across all government levels, the media and education. The Albanese government acquiesced to the lobby's demands following the Bondi massacre and has been steadily rolling it out across the public service while funding Segal's initiatives to embed the IHRA definition within education. IHRA, detached from reality. The New South Wales Supreme Court decision is the latest setback to the lobby's attempts to stifle criticism of Israel. Amid widespread disapproval in Australia of Israel over its ongoing genocide in Gaza, its violence in the West Bank, invasion of southern Lebanon, and attack in Iran. Fagan said Fagan. Is it Fagan or Fagan? Fagan said the IHRA formulation did not reflect the established Australian meaning of anti-Semitism and described it as an attempt to repurpose the term to encompass both hatred of Jews and criticism of Israel. He said the definition could not realistically be attributed to the ordinary, reasonable, informed Australian, adding that the IHRA proposal is detached from the reality of the common usage and understanding of anti-Semitism in this country. Citing a Pew Research poll in June, Fagan said that it would be preposterous to suggest that 79% of Australians are anti-Semitic because they disapprove of Israel's treatment of the Palestinians. He said the IHRA formulation appears to be an attempt to repurpose the term anti-Semitism as an amalgamated concept encompassing hatred towards Jews and criticism of Israel. Wow. This is excellent. This is why we do not conflate Judaism with Zionism. We don't do it because conflating Judaism with Zionism is wrong. Zionism open to criticism. Fagan was equally forthcoming with attempts to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. As an ideology of Jewish nationalism, Zionism is open to political discussion and criticism, notably on grounds concerning the rights of the Palestinians. The judgment read, this appears at odds with Segal's anti-Semitism plan, which specifically highlighted anti-Zionism as potentially masking anti-Semitism as part of its call for IHRA to be adopted. Fagan delivered a stinging rebuke to such assertion. It may well be correct that most, but not all Jewish Australians regard Zionism as a core part of their Jewish identity, Fagan's judgment read. That does not mean that anti-Zionists are hostile to the majority of Jews on account of their Jewishness, only that they hold a negative view of a political ideology with which the majority of Jews have chosen to identify. Limit the government power. Fagan was equally dismissive of the proposition that institutional adoption of the IHRA definition had altered the ordinary meaning of the word. He cited former New South Wales Supreme Court Judge Sir Stephen Spedley, who had criticized the formulation because it fails the first test of any definition. It is indefinite. The fact that governments and several institutions had adopted the IHRA wording did not, Fagan said, change the established meaning of a word that has been in use in the English language for 150 years. Instead, he said, the IHRA formulation propounds a concept different from that which anti-Semitism has long been understood to describe and appropriates that word to the novel concept. There was also a legal limit to the power of government policy, he said. Parliament could enact legislation giving a familiar term a different statutory meaning, but neither the Commonwealth nor New South Wales Parliament had done so in legislation relevant to this case. The federal government's adoption of IHRA core wording as a policy for Australian public service workplaces therefore made no difference to the meaning the court was required to apply, Fagan said. That is incredible. So even if companies apply it and they enforce it, the court doesn't have to go along with it. Because the court's like, no, this is bullshit. I love this. Excellent. Promoting rejection of Israel as anti-Semitic. Fagan's most pointed criticism concerned the IHRA examples dealing with Israel. Those examples, he said, were on the face of them directed towards bringing within the IHRA definition criticisms of Israel that could not be regarded as hostile to Jews as Jews. The result was what he described as an attempt to attach opposition to Israel to the moral force already carried by the word anti-Semitism. Its tendency and the apparent purpose of promoting it is to graft onto communities' abhorrence of anti-Semitism, understood as hostility to Jews for their Jewishness, a parasitic rejection of protest against Israel, Fagan wrote. That distinction was central to the case. The prosecution had argued that the Sydney man's use of anti-Israel slogans, attendance at pro-Palestine protests, and targeting of areas with large Jewish populations supported a finding of anti-Semitic motivations. Fagan rejected the proposition that the political message could be separated from the context in which it was expressed and then treated as evidence of hatred towards Jews. You are treating all Jews as monolithic, he told McDonald during the hearing. It's quite wrong to treat all Jews as supporting Israel because they don't. Yes! 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 Oh! You beauty, mate. God dang. Oh, you beauty. Oh, this is so good. This is just so good. You know, this happened in the UK as well. The UK now has said that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. Like, anti-Zionism is a protected right under the equality law. So in the UK as well, it's gone this way. One by one, brick by freaking brick, bro. Ah! Come here, my love. I love you. No, I was happy. I was reading something nice. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss before you. Give me a kiss before you go.
Do you know where I found that book?
Can I have a kiss before you go? Bro, I love ya. Love ya. He just ran away. He just freaking ran away. Doesn't even want to give me a kiss. He didn't even say I love you. God damn it. Life of a parent, it's tough. Yeah.
Now, I would go back to my...
Hey, Lava, this is huge. This is bloody massive. He's too old for that now. Yeah. This is incredible, isn't it? Isn't this incredible? This feels huge.
My ancestors. And I would look at this question from the perspective of the enslaved. And my choice, who to begin this conversation with, is pretty obvious and almost a little bit cliche, and that is Frederick Douglass. David obviously is the expert on this and will have a lot more to say than I do, and will get me if I don't quite get this quote contextualized right. But Douglass was a writer. He was obviously many things, but his biggest influence over me, and I would argue even in his creation of who he was in his literature as a writer, in his 3 autobiographies. I believe, as David talks about, he was the most photographed man in the 19th century. And so he was a self-created hero. And he was a beautiful, beautiful writer. I actually teach Douglass in my writing classes. And there's a quote that I have always been called back to
that I think about in my time, and I think about in what I'm trying to do and what my mission is in the world as a writer. And Douglass, in his third autobiography, The Life and Times of Frederick Douglass, as he knows he's dying and he knows he's going into old age, and he's looking back over his history, and he's talking about the point of this book and why this consideration of his life is worth even our eyes.
Hey,
He says of himself,
Amy lives.
my part has been to tell the story of the slave. The story of the master never wanted for narrators. The masters, to tell their story, had at their call all the talent and genius that wealth and influence could command. They have had their full day in court. Literature, theology, philosophy, law, and learning have come willingly to their service. And if condemned, they have not been condemned unheard. And that always grounds me. Because I always think about like where I'm trying to write from, and I'm trying to write from the perspective of the enslaved, the perspective of the descendants of the enslaved, the perspective of those who have not had literature, theology, philosophy, law, and learning at their command. And I think when you take that perspective, you actually can flip things a little bit and see things about the world that maybe are not immediately obvious. And one thing I think you can see right off the bat is this moment that we are in right now. These debates we are having right now, these conversations we are having right now, despite how much coverage they're receiving in the press, despite how much they're being talked about by journalists, despite what seems like an onslaught of news, despite what seems like an onslaught of controversies at our universities, despite what seems like an onslaught of legislation in legislatures and states across the country, despite my good friend Nicole Hannah-Jones finding her work in the mouths of the President of the United States in an executive order, that none of this is actually new. That the war, as I would term it, is actually old. That it's actually older than this country. That the world of literature is, in fact, as old as the slave codes. And so I have to remember that, because I have to, ground myself, before I get too high and, somebody calls me, as has been my experience, and says, hey, your book got banned over here. Hey, this teacher got fired because they were teaching something that you did. And I have to remember that, as upsetting as all of that is, that I am exactly where I'm supposed to be. That if America, as it's constituted right now, if America, as freedoms and rights are cordoned off in certain ways to certain people right now, if my book, if my work was not considered, dare I say, ban-worthy, then maybe it's not worthy at all. The war is old. The war extends back to 1680, when black people were disenfranchised in Virginia and banned from meetings with other Negroes or other slaves without written permission. The war extends back to bans on literacy of slaves in South Carolina in 1740.
Yo, Zach Chap, how are you? How are you, Zach Chap? Hope you're well. Welcome back.
Georgia, 1755. Virginia, 1830. Missouri, 1847. The war extends back through Reconstruction.
That's awesome, Pandora's box that you've heard of him. He's he's awesome. He's so good. I'm glad you've connected with him. It's good.
We're the main targets of the Ku Klux Klan.
You're okay. That's it. You're okay. That's not good enough, Zach Chap. Like, how okay are you? Are you okay, or are you just okay? Like, are you okay? Like, are you ready for the stream, or are you like blah? Level with me here. Is it a blah okay, or is it a real okay?
Were churches, schools, and teachers. The war extends through redemption, where our schools were resegregated and defunded. The war extends into the 20th century, where the right to assembly and free speech was under assault by COINTELPRO. And J. Edgar Hoover targeted everybody from Marcus Garvey to Malcolm X to Martin Luther King. I know we don't usually think about COINTELPRO as a violation of First Amendment rights, but that's exactly what it was. The idea that because you say something, you are worthy of
I haven't had a sip of coffee I made that's sitting in front of me, okay? Nice.
government surveillance and disruption.
So not good.
The FBI tracked black writers such as Lorraine Hansberry, Amiri Baraka, Langston Hughes, and Chester Himes. The war extends from them all the way up to my father, who was surveyed by the FBI as a member of the Black Panther Party. And then after he left the Black Panther Party, you would have think the FBI would have laid down. But in fact, my dad did something that may have been more dangerous than everything he did in the Black Panther Party. He opened a small black bookstore in West Baltimore. And he was surveyed by the FBI, as were many independent black bookstores across the country, under the order of J. Edgar Hoover. And now it comes to me. And here I am, all of these years later, getting calls, answering emails from people about my books being banned, and not just my books, the books of my friends, my colleagues, and people who are comrades in the war with me.
Zach Chap must be nocturnal. Yeah, Zach Chap is in Australia, so he's like 2 hours behind New Zealand time, and I see him on at like all hours. The guy is a live stream fanatic. I love his streams though. They're like so chill. You can listen to them and just like nod off.
But it helps center us to know that we are part of a long tradition, a long lineage, and also that we ain't that special. Now, against the surveillance, against the harassment and attack on black literacy, there's always been the history of resistance. Covert schools opened in Louisiana in the period of enslavement, where it was, quote, a little short to death for a slave to learn to read. Schools operating in remote swamps and cane brakes. Schools in South Carolina conducted only by night in wretched dark holes in Charleston. Mark Oliver, enslaved in Mississippi, born in 1856, said, "The only book learning we ever got was when we stole it." I love that quote, because it's a reminder of the transgressive nature of learning as liberation, which is the tradition of black writers in this country. So I think when you ground yourself in that perspective of the enslaved, there's a lesson that you can take from that.
I want to be able to organize my thoughts like Ta-Nehisi. I like, not exactly, right? Like, we're not the same person. Or like I don't have as much connection to his struggle as he doesn't have as much connection to what Indian people go through, or how India struggled through the British Empire. But it's the organization of thoughts, and it's just the way he puts these thoughts together in his mind. He obviously thinks a lot about it, you know. He spends a lot of time, obviously, putting it together. That's a script he put together, Zach Chat. So like, I want to be able to organize. Do you know who Ta-Nehisi Coates is, Zach Chat? I want to be able to put my thoughts down that way. I want to like learn how to do that. It's incredible.
Not only is the war old, but books are dangerous. And the people who are on the other side of your politics, they know this. I think if anything, maybe sometimes we underestimate the power of books. Tell our kids, go to school, college, get a job. Why don't you major in STEM? Why would you be a poetry major? Poetry's dangerous. Why would you want to write another novel? Novels are dangerous. And I think the people passing these laws know this. And we understand that they know this because their attack on books is not just limited to an attack on...
He's awesome, Jack Sharp. Like, we were just watching the AJ interview and watching other things, other interviews he's given, and yeah, just the way he talks about these subjects is he's well ahead of most people when it comes to being able to organize his thoughts. But he also is very clear that it's not like a comfortable process for him. It's like a long, drawn out process of thinking and structuring, and yeah, he's amazing. Let's just put it that way.
On books, that they're attacking a suite of rights together. Literature and books is just one part of it. The curriculum is just one part of it. They see it enmeshed in a suite of other rights. And I think maybe we've kind of forgotten that a little bit. I see a lot of discussion of what I would call free speech abstractism. That is to say, the right to free speech disembodied from all the other rights that it necessarily needs to go together. And I don't think we would do that for any other right. I understand that if I have the right to vote, it really doesn't mean anything.
I think one thing I'm starting to understand is that I had no understanding before is the power of ideas. Like I had an idea, I had an understanding of it from a business sense, from a startup sense, right? You have an idea, you build a business out of it, and then you sell it and you make money. Like that was my understanding of ideas. But I'm starting to understand the power of ideas in the context of education. I don't want to call it propaganda because that would make it feel like I'm making shit up. But I guess there's good propaganda and bad propaganda, right? Like propaganda can also be based on fact. It's not propaganda. It's education. In the context of education, there are some things people just won't touch or say because it's too uncomfortable. It's too uncomfortable to talk about. It's too uncomfortable for the potential backlash you might receive. And all of those thoughts go through your head very early. And for me, that's what I'm starting to learn. It's like how to break through that wall and just say it. Not saying things that are deeply racist or, doing what Nick Fuentes does, but an idea of like linking historical experiences to how the world is today. And when I think about like the notion of a house curry or the notion of white leftism, I feel like those are ideas that could be very powerful if they are told in the right way. Because I don't think they get talked about enough. White leftism in particular, I think people are scared to address white leftism or whiteness in leftist spaces. Because it's like a taboo. It's like, bro, we're already in the leftist space. Why do you care about whiteness so much when it's a leftist space? It's like, nah, that's important. So breaking those walls of like getting feedback that might not be particularly favorable to you, getting people clipping dumb shit because they feel so fucking fragile about what you're talking about, all of that is included. And I actually understand that power now. And you know what? The one concept that has made me understand that power more than anything else is white leftism. The idea of leftists, many white people who claim they're leftists, who haven't acknowledged their white privilege and their association to white supremacy. And I think that's opened up a can of worms. Honestly, it has. Hey, Gracie, welcome. And I'm going to explore that. Poetry is dangerous. Here is a great poem by one of my favorite South African poets. How do I say that? Kyo rapetse kgositsile. I've butchered that. I'm sorry. KG? Yeah. Thank you. What's this poem? Random notes to my son. Beware, my son, words that carry the loudness of blind desire also carry the slime of illusion, dripping like pus from the slave's battered back. Example, they speak of black power whose eyes will not threaten the quick whitening of their own intent. What days will you inherit? What shadows inhabit your silences? I have aspired to expression all these years, elegant past the most eloquent word. But here now our tongue dries into maggots as we continue our slimy death and grin. Except today, it is fashionable to scream of pride and beauty as though it were not known that slaves and dead people have no beauty. Confusion in me and around me, confusion. This pain was not from the past. This pain was not because we had failed to understand. This land is mine, confusion and borrowed fears it was. We stood like shrubs, shriveled on this piece of earth, the ground parched and cracked through the cracks, my cry. And what shapes in ascent and ascent must people, the eye of newborn, determine desire no frightened tear ever rolls on to the elegance of fire. I have fallen with all the names I am, but the newborn I, old as childbirth, must touch the day that, speaking my language, will say, today we move. This question at the end. This is one of those where you have to kind of like spend a bit of time. Because this has got all sorts of levels to it. He wouldn't have written this in English, though. I think that's why it's like this. Like, the translation might not be... Did he write it in English? Oh, okay. But also home language? Okay. Which language? Was it? He was exiled to the USA. Oh, I see. Willie left South Africa in 1961 as one of the first young ANC members, instructed to do so by the leadership of the Liberation Movement. He was a founding member of the ANC Department of Education as well as that of Arts and Culture. The recipient of many poetry awards, he has also studied and taught literature and creative writing at a number of universities. Amazing. He was Tswana. Swana. It's one of the languages in SA. Now guess who his son is? Oh my God. I don't know. Obama? Oh my God, Gracie. What? What? Gracie. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. I don't know what to say, honestly.
If I'm not protected by the force of law, I can say I have the right to the ownership of property, but I need other rights to make that a viable thing. If I can't actually contribute to the political process, why does it matter? And so I think understanding these rights is enmeshed together is crucial and really, really important. And to think about that, I think it's worth revisiting another period wherein the descendants of the enslaved found themselves arguing for something that I think would make any writer or any lover of writing or any lover of literature in this room a little uncomfortable, and that is censorship. The year is 1915, and Birth of a Nation is coming out. And liberals and civil rights activists and folks who we would consider as having the right politics find themselves torn. Quote, they hate injustice to the Negro and they hated bureaucratic control of thought. The NAACP itself reported all forms of censorship are dangerous to the free expression of art. And yet it was the NAACP and Monroe Trotter, an activist at the time, who tried to get Birth of a Nation banned. And I think our immediate reaction to that is like, why would someone do that? That's clearly wrong. Well, I think what happened afterward kind of maybe bears out their argument. If not bears out their argument, it bears out their motive. At the time, the NAACP and other African-American leaders who argued for this banning said that Birth of a Nation was literally dangerous, that it would endanger the lives of black people. And what ultimately prevailed was the idea that free speech should be upheld, that D.W. Griffith has the right to show this film. The film was shown. It became arguably the seminal film in American cinema. It was pioneering, technically.
I haven't watched Birth of a Nation. Have you guys, chat, how many of you have watched Birth of a Nation? I need to know. How many of you have watched Birth of a Nation?
And it was pioneering politically. It was Birth of a Nation that revived the Ku Klux Klan. The first iteration of the Ku Klux Klan was actually defeated in the 19th century. And those who revived the Ku Klux Klan literally cited Birth of a Nation as an influence. Many of the symbols that we sort of associate with the Ku Klux Klan today actually come from Birth of a Nation and come from the book The Klansman, which Birth of a Nation was based on. The Burning Cross, for instance, that's right out of Thomas Dixon, who wrote the book The Klansman. The White Rose, that's right out of the film.
What is Birth of a Nation like? Birth of a Nation. 1915 film. Hey, Anna, welcome. Oh my gosh. Look at this racist shit. Oh my. Birth of a Nation is a 1915 American silent epic drama film directed by D.W. Griffith and starring Lillian Gish. The screenplay is adapted from Thomas Dixon Jr.'s 1905 novel and play The Klansman, a historical romance of the Ku Klux Klan. Griffith co-wrote the screenplay with Frank E. Woods and produced the film with Harry Aitken. The Birth of a Nation is a landmark film of history, lauded for its technical virtuosity. It was the first non-serial American 12-reel film ever made. Its plot, part fiction and part history, chronicles the relationship of two families in the American Civil War and Reconstruction eras over the course of several years, the pro-Union Northern Stonemans and the pro-Confederacy Southern Camerons, and also depicts the assassination of Abraham Lincoln by John Wilkes Booth. It was originally shown in two parts, separated by an intermission, and it was the first American-made film to have a musical score from an orchestra. It helped to pioneer close-ups and fade-outs. Black Klansman made me want to watch it. It did innovate a lot of cinema, but only because it was secretly a Fed project. Woodrow Wilson supported it. Popular among white audiences nationwide upon its release, the film's success was both a consequence and a contributor to racial segregation throughout the U.S. In response to the film's depictions of black people and Civil War history, African Americans across the U.S. organized and protested. In Boston, other localities, black leaders and the NAACP spearheaded an unsuccessful campaign to have it banned on the basis that it inflamed racial tensions and could incite violence. It was also denied release in the state of Ohio and cities of Chicago, Denver, Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and Minneapolis. Griffith's indignation at efforts to censor or ban the film motivated him to produce Intolerance the following year. So is it like a racist movie? So it was like racist propaganda, basically. Every film student has watched it, often considered as the first film and often taught that way. I was told to watch it as part of film studies with no mention of the racism. Crazy. Oh my gosh. Nazi film propaganda is basically a remix of this movie. Really? Nazis were inspired by it? Holy shit. Wow.
Those who refounded the Ku Klux Klan literally cited it as their inspiration. 4 years after that, we got the Red Summer and broad massacres of black people around the country. It turned out, in fact, the film actually was dangerous. Interestingly enough, D.W. Griffith's response for this is hilarious, I'm gonna try not to laugh. D.W. Griffith's response to this was to publish a pamphlet entitled The Rise and Fall of Free Speech, and claimed that motion pictures around the world were enslaved. This is after he's prevailed, by the way.
Wow.
And that move of kind of casting yourself as a victim when you've actually won is quite familiar to some of us.
Yep.
In his pamphlet, he praised the 19th century as an era of free speech. In the way he puts it across, there's a Sedition Act, which happens in the early 19th century, and then after that, free speech prevails, and then when he comes to put out Birth of a Nation, suddenly everybody is upset. He ignores all the history of black people effectively being written out of the society at large, effectively being written out of any right to free speech. Now, one of the responses that often come when we talk about the idea of censorship is the answer that hate speech is more speech. Well, that was tried. In 1920, the great black filmmaker Oscar Micheaux puts out a response film called Within Our Gates. And he is censored. Birth of a Nation isn't censored, he's censored.
Interesting.
One way we've thought about this is to say that if one party takes up the tool of censorship, then it is inevitably turned against them. I think that's a little too cute. Because the fact of the matter is there was no redounding effect for banning the free speech of black people in the 19th century. I don't think those people who are banning...
Oh my God, Birth of a Nation is actually available on YouTube? Are we going to watch the Birth of a Nation? Oh, there's a new Birth of a Nation? Oh, is the new Birth of a Nation like a clapback to the old Birth of a Nation? It was remade in 2016. Wow. I'm just gonna be back. I need to use the bathroom. 1 second. Let's go.
The books of authors like myself other authors who are writing about race, gender, sexuality. I don't think the weapon is going to redound against them either. What is the difference? The difference is power.
My home is the earth that I stand on.
Interesting.
More speech might be the answer to hate speech, but when hate speech has a gun, when hate speech has an army, and so the question I would ask is not that we inaugurate a new movement for censorship, but that we consider the situation that black people were in 1915. What did their other rights look like? Well, 1915, redemption has happened. We've legalized at that point racial zoning in our cities around the country, meaning that you can legally say black people can live here, white people have to live there. There's not a single black person in the Congress. They've been swept out of national representation. In the Jim Crow South, they've been totally and completely, basically deprived of the right to vote. We have a situation that is, basically little more than apartheid. They've been reduced to what one would call a second slavery through debt peonage. There were no rights. There were no other entangled rights. And so to yell free speech at a group of people that have no other freedoms is to yell something incredibly empty and incredibly hollow. Free speech is rooted in freedom. And if there is no freedom, free speech really doesn't have any meaning. I think that is a powerful lesson for us here today. Because one thing I've noticed is that these debates around free speech, around who can say what, who gets to say what, they tend to happen on certain axes. And one of those axes is gender. One of those axes is sexuality. And one of those axes is race. And so if we take it from the perspective of the slave, if we take it from the history of the descendants of the slaves and their relationship to free speech as a right, then I think the natural question is to ask, how free are the people in those categories as compared to the promises that we normally extend to citizens? Well, 58% of women in this country live in a state that is hostile to abortion rights. We have a major political party that is trying to outlaw abortion nationally. We have premier news networks that put people on the air to slander powerful men. where powerful men slander survivors, and where they're given the mic to justify sexual assault. How free are those who would fall under the realm of sexuality? States across this country passing legislation to banish, and I love this phrase, I saw it on an activist website today, to banish the rights of trans people to publicly exist. Legislation advancing around the country to ban drag shows. Tennessee banning drag shows anywhere in public. And of course, the facts of black life in this country are so oft-repeated that I think we become dead to them. But I must remind you that the project of mass incarceration is still with us. Mm-hmm. And whatever we think, it has deep roots in our tolerance of unfreedom for black people. It is the largest carceral project ever assembled in world history. The movement to curtail the black vote in this country is very much still afoot. But here's the difference. I don't know if there's ever been a moment in history where people were so unfree and also had the ability to perceive their unfreedom. We saw Walter Scott shot in the back. That wasn't witness reports. You can Google it on the internet right now. We saw George Floyd killed. All those agonizing minutes. We really do know that Harvey Weinstein turned rape into an industry. It's clear. The information is right in front of us. We know that we had a president who justifies rape on TV. the awareness is unsettling. We have these hallowed principles that were conceived at a time when freedom was not this expansive and did not include this vast group of people who are so different from each other. And not just different, but have been held out of the umbrella of freedom and rights that we so boast about and tell the world about. Appealing to my ancestry, I think about Du Bois. And in his magisterial work, Black Reconstruction, he talks about the problem of race in the midst of a country that premised itself on so much. And Du Bois says, America.
How the fuck does this have only 551 views, man? How does this video only have 551 views? More people are probably going to come in and out of this stream who see this than the actual video has. It's unbelievable.
Thus stepped forward in the first blossoming of the modern age and added to the art of beauty, gift of the Renaissance, and to freedom to believe, gift of Martin Luther and Leo X, a vision of democratic self-government. It was the supreme adventure in the last great battle of the West for that human freedom which would release human spirit from lower lust for more meat and set it free to dream and sing. And then some unjust God leaned, laughing, over the ramparts of heaven and dropped a black man in the midst. And we've dropped trans people into the midst.
This is it, you know? It's so fucking true. I can't look at racism against Indian people and avoid what I see with transphobia. Like it wouldn't be like how the fuck can I see what's happening to trans people and go, "Oh yeah, that's okay." But it's not okay for me to, face racism or bigotry. How the fuck have we as people of color normalized other marginalized groups getting treated like shit while not connecting our struggles? Like where did that perspective go? It's insane to me. It's insane to me that someone like a Norman Finkelstein can write so deeply and eloquently about the Israel-Palestine situation, the genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, and everything that's happened there, and yet not recognize that the trans community is being oppressed in a massive way because of his own bigotry. Like, how does he not connect the two? Maybe it's his whiteness. I don't know. Maybe that's white privilege to be able to ignore and compartmentalize oppression. I don't know. But I have seen black people do it too. And, people of color do it too. Brown and black people do it too.
And we've dropped women into the midst, into all of these divine rights and great things that we say we're about. I tried to think back on my own.
In California, the trans community just lost their funding for healthcare in most clinics. What the fuck is that, man? That's just, that's genocide. Like, what the fuck is going on? That's literally the definition of genocide, to deny a group the care they need to survive. Like, what are they doing?
Schooling experience. And I tried to think back, did I feel as challenged as some of the students feel today? Did I have the kind of awareness? Did I feel like I needed a trigger warning? Did I feel like certain topics made me ultra sensitive? And I didn't. And I started thinking about all the experiences that I had. I had a professor come into a class one time and say to us, it was an intro to psychology class, and he says, hey guys, next period in class, you're gonna have a renowned professor who's gonna come in and talk about IQ and human difference. I say, okay. He says, the professor's gonna be William Shockley. We don't know who William Shockley is. I'm 18 years old. I say, okay, all right, cool, we're gonna hear from William Shockley. That following Friday, that was a Wednesday, that following Friday, a professor comes in, and it's him, it's our same professor. And he says, good morning, class, I'm William Shockley. And for the next hour, he, in the most scientific language you can imagine, in the most mathematical language you can imagine, articulates why we, as black kids in this class, are intellectually inferior to white people.
Wow. Fuck, man. Imagine saying that to children. It terrifies me about schooling in a place like Aotearoa, you know? My experiences with schooling were terrible. I know my son won't go through, hopefully, the same experience because he's born here and he's gone through the system from a very young age. I mean, since he could go to school. But fuck, imagine telling children this shit.
And we watched it. And we watched it. And they said, okay, class. And that was it. We come in the next Monday. And he says to us, listen, don't you ever in your life let somebody come in here and do that. Don't you ever in your life let somebody come into your class and talk to you like that and you don't challenge them. And that lesson, I mean, that was, I don't want to think about how old I am, but that was a good 30 years ago, you know? And it stuck with me. I can remember being in, classes on African history and a professor looking at me and saying, so I've laid out all my evidence here. You've heard everything I have to say. Now you explain to me why these black Africans are not inferior. Directly saying that. And I didn't feel the kind of way that kids today feel. We read excerpts of the bell curve. They photocopied them for us and said, hey, you should read this. Why was I okay with that? Well, I was at Howard University. I was at a school that had been founded to educate the enslaved. I walked outside and all I saw was other black people around me. I was in class with other black people. I understood I was studying questions intellectually, but I felt free in that environment. It was the freest I'd ever felt in my life, and maybe the freest I've ever felt, period, in my life. And what that meant was all of these questions, which went to the very heart of who we were, somehow there was a freedom to actually explore them. How would I have felt if I was at Harvard and somebody told me they were going to have a guest lecturer as William Shockley? How would I have taken that if I was at Yale, if I was at Georgetown, University of Maryland? I don't think I would have taken it too well. I don't think I would have wanted to sit in a class where the majority of the students are not black and have to have that lecture. I don't think that would be fun. And so I think the thing to understand is free speech, the freedom to have all these intellectual debates, intellectual inquiry, is rooted in actual things. It's rooted in context. Mm-hmm. So what is to be done?
Noisy, be like, preach, Ta-Nehisi, preach. Yeah, absolutely. That kind of thing happened to me at a college once. Really? What the are you serious? I have a couple of experiences at school growing up here in Aotearoa that I'll talk about. But I'd love to hear your what happened to you, Michael, if you don't mind sharing.
I think the first thing is to recognize that abstract free speech is bankrupt. I think that's really, really, really important. I think for those of us who are in this room and care about book bannings, we have to ask a question about what else do we care about. I don't think you can care about book bannings and not care about voting rights. I don't think you can care about book bannings and not care about reproductive rights. I think it mocks your commitment to freedom when you only care about a thin sector of freedoms.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have to reject double talk. I don't think we can endorse free speech and then claim, as I saw one writer claim, that there are, quote, reasonable and legitimate attractions in the approach of Ron DeSantis. I don't think we can endorse free speech and then, as I saw one writer claim, that book bans are, quote, identity politics for librarians. I don't even think we can equate state literature,
just casual racism, yeah.
legislatures,
Christian Brothers,
which are passing bills with all the force and arm of the government, with college students shutting down speakers. I don't think it's the same thing. Now, I also don't think we should just stand by and watch as college students shut down speakers. And I think this leads me to the thing that is most important, the most probably bothersome and provoking thing that I've seen. We got to talk to our young people like they're young people. We got to talk to young people like they're our young people. So much of this seems more like a battle.
What? This was a year ago. Was this before Charlie Kirk got shot? This is 2023. Yeah, it was before Charlie Kirk got shot.
For ego than an attempt to educate. I was reading in the New York Times, and I'm sorry to call this person out. I haven't talked in a while about any of this, so. I was reading in the New York Times a story about a young lady up at Cornell, and she had a friend. And her friend had to read some sort of text that they were reading in class, and she found she was a survivor of sexual assault. And she found the text made her relive the experience of the sexual assault. She found it very, very traumatizing. So she goes to whatever the legislative body is at Cornell, and she tries to pass a recommendation or a mandate that says they have to be trigger warnings in class. And the piece was about how the president of Cornell immediately and loudly shot it down. And I wasn't so bothered by the fact that the president did not want mandated trigger warnings. I was bothered that I was reading about this in the New York Times. I was wondering whether the president had called the two students in and had a conversation with them, had talked to them about whether they felt free at Cornell, whether they felt safe at Cornell. I don't say this as an abstract observer. Like I said, I say this as a professor. I teach all sorts of things. I teach things that come from writers that don't believe me or my students are human.
So my experience, I want to talk about a couple of different ones. I'll talk about two. The first one was in intermediate school, so this is just before high school. So the year before high school. And I remember a girl who swore at me in class, and she used the F word or something. And I was like, and I went and told the teacher, I was like, she just called me this, she used this word. And the teacher said, "You whining Indians." That's what she said to me. And then I still remember, it's like burnt into my psyche. She called me a whining Indian. And no, "You whining Indians," right? Was her sort of retort. Go sort it out or whatever. I was like, she swore at me though. I was like 11 years old. I'm hearing like swear words. Sorry, I was 13 years old. I was hearing swear words, and it was like, bro, I'm uncomfortable. And we organized the parent, I told my parents about it. I told my mother about it. And my mother rang the school and organized a face-to-face meeting with this teacher. And I wasn't in that meeting. I was waiting outside. But I can tell you that that teacher didn't treat me that badly ever again. My mom put a tongue lashing on this woman a tongue fucking lashing. I've always respected that about my parents. It's beautiful. And the second story is in high school. I was waiting in line to get my ball tickets. Like, so, school balls, right? As I don't know what you guys call it in America, but we have school balls and et cetera, et cetera. So I was waiting to buy my ticket to the school ball, and our deputy principal was doing the rounds and checking that everyone's got their documents and everything. And I had my approval. Yeah, prom, I guess, in America. I had my approval, and I had my dad's name on there and his signature. My dad's name's Ravi Shankar. So I had my signature on there. So he's doing the reviews, and the deputy principal comes to my thing and goes, Ravi Shankar, eh? You mean like the sitar player? You're not getting this ticket. So he thought I had forged my father's signature and my father's name. And I was like, that's my dad. It's like, I don't believe you. It's like, what? That's my dad's name. I don't believe you. I think you're lying. You forged your signature. Like, okay. And then I went and told my dad. I went and told my dad, right? And he's like, okay. And he turned up, bro. Oh my God. Again, I wasn't in the room. I didn't see what happened. But my dad also, like, he's told me the story after. But all I do remember is this deputy principal coming to the door, opening the door, and seeing my father there, right? And just his like throat, his throat got all weird and goggly, like his throat all got weak and shit. I haven't seen a more fragile fucking man in my life. Like he shit himself. And then my dad came out. My deputy principal apologized to me and then walked me. So this was like the day after, and walked me straight into the straight into the place where you get the tickets, and he was like, yeah, you can give him the ticket straight away. I don't know what my dad told him, man, but he was like he wasn't feeling good. But these are like normal fucking experiences. I think a lot of Indian people feel this way. Go through this sort of shit. It's just like microaggressions and just doubt, lack of trust that you do the right thing, and just constantly being doubtful and skeptical about who you are. Just racist shit. Just racist shit, It happens at school. Just, it's normal.
But I always try to have a conversation about that. And if some student says to me,
I can tell you now, if my son comes home and says someone used the N-word, or a teacher told him off because of his ethnicity or whatever, I don't know what I'll do. I'll tell you this. I have like this intolerance of injustice. Like it's a bad thing, but I have a little bit of intolerance, and I would fucking tear the fucking place up, honestly. If my son has to experience that fucking cheap ass racism, cheap ass fucking bigotry, microaggressions, I will make sure that fucking teacher has a new hole to shit from.
to me, this is extremely, extremely painful to me. My response is not to yell free speech in their face. My response is to have a conversation and see what's underlying that. We got to be sensitive to this generation. They're inhaling a lot. They're cutting on the news and seeing people choke to death on subways. As I was saying earlier, they have an intense awareness of their unfreedom. And part of that, honestly, is the success that writers who folks tried to push to the margin, writers who are now subject to book bans have. it is very interesting to watch as, again, as I mentioned earlier, my friend Nicole Hannah-Jones, she's subject to all of this attention, and yet the 1619 book keeps flying off the shelves. What that means is that they know, and they're trying to find their way in the midst of it.
Even just thinking about it is making me angry, Even just thinking about it is making me angry. I would lose my shit, honestly.
I think of this quote from this book, A Savage War Peace. It's a history of the Algerian War by this historian, Alistair Horn. And he's talking about the very difficult process of young Algerians who have been colonized, being educated in the French system. And as they are educated in the French system, they become more aware of themselves. They become more woke, as we used to say before that word got ruined. And in fact, in becoming woke, in becoming conscious, it turns them against the system. And a young person who is trying to explain the very difficult position that the French system of education has put this young colonized gentleman in, he says, "You have led us to the middle of the ford, and there you have left us." And I just want to encourage us not to leave our young people. I want to encourage us to have more conversations with them and less conversations with the newspapers.
Metaphorical violence, obviously. I do not condone violence on anybody. But it will be some form of tongue lashing, some form of a deep expression of absolute hatred for racism, and some form of ensuring the teacher understands that they will never, ever be able to be trusted by my family or anybody I know for the rest of their lives. I will leave that teacher in deep fucking shame.
Thank you, guys. I didn't get to praise David before my talk.
What's that?
I didn't get to praise you. I meant to praise you before the talk.
No.
Being a black intellectual growing up in Memphis was just a daily microaggressions from grade school through college. Michael, do you have any sort of do you write, or do you share your thoughts, your content anywhere? Feel free to share it with this community. We'd love to know. I was dating a Orza girl. Yes, I said that right. When I was 16. And I remember my dad getting a call from a concerned parent who had a kid in my class at school, just wanting to let my dad know that his son was spending a lot of time with a girl of color. The beauty of that call was that my girlfriend was having dinner with me and the fam that night. So my dad just said on the phone, "Yep, I'm aware. She's actually here having dinner with us. Would you like to speak with her? Shut her up real good." You have a book? Michael, what's your book name? What's your book? What's your book called? I'll Google your name. Michael. Give me your book name.
No
or
need.
A link. Send me a link to your book. I'm happy to talk about it.
He told me earlier, now challenge me.
I did.
Man.
It comes up with someone's obituary information when I look up your name.
I'll try. First of all, thank you for that talk, penetrating talk, riveting talk.
My race.
You've even got me thinking about my visceral reactions to the idea of trigger warnings. I don't like the idea. I've never used one. I never will. I've never been asked to. But if I am, I'm going to remember your talk.
For the record, I don't either.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's, anyway. We talked on the phone last night, And I just said, so what are you going to do? He says, I'm taking notes. Okay.
October the 2nd, fiction and cultivation. So this is your writing. Has written 1 million words of journaling from 1993 to 2007, and the recently published essay chapbook, My Race Problem, and the forthcoming memoir. His books are available at So and So Books of Raleigh, North Carolina. Hold up. What? Why have they not got this book listed? My Race Problem. Crazy. Came out in 2016. Michael R. Hasler. Oh, gosh. Hold on. We'll find it. We'll find it. Where's the book? Do you have a link? I didn't mean this to be rhetorical. Sorry. Can you share a link of a listing? I can't find a listing. It's weird.
What about? And we talked about a couple of things, but then I know what I did. I went back to watching Knicks and the Sixers. So I don't know what you did. You had to give the lecture. Can I respond to the Douglas with a Douglas? Just to give you a chance.
No, I don't do online stuff much. Michael, you should ask, because I can't find a link to your book at all. And Raleigh, North Carolina store doesn't have a listing of your book. You don't want the book to be in AI? No, but you want a listing though, right? I get what you mean. Like, do you have any listing of it?
To take that point perhaps even further, of course, and my bookmark is eluding me. Where is it? There it is. Got it. I love that quote used by Douglas. It's.
We want to read your book, Michael. We want to read your book.
It's one of the beauties. But Douglas, of course, had so much to say about the power of reading, of writing, of words. Words were all he had. They were his only power. And you know that. But that little section in the narrative, those of you who know Douglas's first autobiography, is as good as anything I've ever read on this. The more I read, the more I was led to abhor and detest my enslavers. I could regard them in no other light than a band of successful robbers who had left their homes and gone to Africa and stolen us from our homes.
Just read my 2 online essays. Will do. Hold up. Let me just take a look. Let's do a quick read. So what do you do if you wake up and realize that the gently marinated and carefully crafted and harmoniously preserved memory of the you in your mind's mirror first formed over 20 years ago, the you that was your most perfected self and doing the best impression of you that you have ever done, that you heretofore looked back on wistfully that existed before the stock market crashes and the psychotic X and the security pat downs and the parent teacher meetings and the terrorism and the internet, parental controls, password changes, and screen pop-ups. Oh my. And you realize that it is really a funhouse version of you, a version of you that cracks and shatters and falls into a lot of little pieces. A version of you that is destroyed by remembering an episode of a television show that you watched last night, depicting a version of you that is satirical at best, hypocritical at best, and hypocritical at the very least. If you are me, what you do is you Google Wikipedia and find out who wrote that particular episode. If you are me, what you do then is figure out how many of the other episodes this writer wrote and /or directed so that you can see how much of your life this writer stole. If you are me, you marvel at the fact that this person's name is the exact combination of your daughter's name and your goddaughter's name, and you think to yourself, wait, that can't be possible. That can't possibly be a coincidence. And then you think to yourself, of course it is. Don't be silly. If you are me, then did you find a director like that? Because that would be crazy. Do you actually know a director like that? If you are me, you then remember that you have a LinkedIn connection with the same last name, and you wonder if maybe the book you wrote that you sent to them as a review copy fell into the writer's hands because the two of them are maybe related, and that's how your life was stolen. Because every writer steals. It's what we do. If you are me, then you are way in your head about all of this. Because that image of me is the basis of my just completed memoir, formed from my first journal, written almost 25 years ago. That image of myself comforting the afflicted and afflicting the comfortable was what I was doing at that time as a highly religious and highly spiritual person. That image of myself, I don't want to see twisted into a parody, twisted into satire. I don't want to believe that I was making the comfortable more comfortable, that I was afflicting myself on the afflicted. I don't want that image to go away. The me then was leading a young adult network for one of the largest Unitarian universalist churches in the country. It was the largest young adult network of its kind, grown over a couple of years from a size of 20 to a size of 100. The hallmark of its activity, the gathering point and the maintenance point, was the noon check-in that happened every Sunday before we headed out to lunch. Eerily parodied and satirized to a fare thee well in the binge-watchable 10-episode television show, nothing like what I remembered and visualized when I wrote my memoir. But writing a memoir entails diving deep into the past, reliving the historical past, and finding the historical truth. It involves opening oneself up to the past and bringing it back to oneself in the now. So maybe I'm a little too exposed, a little too open to the possibles and imaginings of what if and what ifs. So if you're me, you go tell your wife about all this. If you are me, you are replied to with a huh and a relapse into marital silence on a lazy weekend morning. If you are me, you contemplate rewatching episode 6, The Secret of the Sinister Ceremony. But what you end up doing, if you are me, is writing a mini essay about it. Oh, that's awesome. I wish I could get your book. I wish I could get your book. You got to give us a link, Michael. You can't just tease us. You've got a published book and you're not sharing it. Michael, I have always wondered where you were at. I'm hoping and praying that everything is going well. I hope you are doing well. I enjoyed my 9th grade prom with you. Oh, Michael! I enjoyed my 9th grade prom with you? Excusez-moi, madame? Whoa. Man, I'm just a chatter. Oh, Michael. I love this. Bro! Oh, Michael. I don't know what to say. Oh, that's good. That's good. You gotta get us a link somehow. You gotta hook us up. Because yeah. Chat. How keen are we to see Michael's book? Get a hold of Michael's book. How keen are we, chat? Chat, I want to know.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Let's go, chat.
Well done, my boy.
देखा मैंने कितना अच्छा डांस करता है?
I need your book. I am in fact keen. Nice. Give us your book, Michael. Get us your book.
Hooyah, Navy.
I want to be a good boy. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Thank you, friends.
We need your book.
But then comes the really important part. As I read and contemplated the subject, behold, that very discontent that Master Hugh had predicted would follow my learning to read and had already come to torment and sting my soul with unutterable anguish. And he goes on with that idea of anguish, torment, anguish, torment. And he says the worst thing at that moment to him, this is, of course, Douglas remembering this, but he said the worst thing was the constant thinking that he wasn't free. And that words and knowledge and reading had opened that.
Might drive to Raleigh this weekend just to get a copy. Only a 20-hour drive one way. Oh, Crisco. If you do get a book, you gotta share the cover with us. We gotta know where to get it. Michael's kind of hiding it from us. I don't like that. Michael's hiding it away. Kia ora, Camper. Welcome.
Now, he does, it's typical of Douglas, he does convert it in the next few pages to forms of hope out of anguish and what he's going to do with that. But isn't this what's at stake? I mean, in terms of not just the book bannings, but the crusade to control curriculum, the crusade to only teach nice history and pleasant history, and on and on and on. It takes the torment away from students. We don't want them tormented. And I've always kind of felt like that's my job.
No, I agree. I agree. And that was one of the reasons why I refer back to my experience. I can't tell you what it was like. So there are two sides of this. Yeah. The first is the agony of when you reach some sort of relative complete understanding of what has happened to you. So for me, I had this moment after I finished Case for Reparations, long before it was published. But once I was done, I'd done the research and I had the theory. And just so many things that I had thought didn't make sense suddenly made sense. And it was really painful. Because I felt like I had been lied to. And I had just this broad sense of distrust.
You mean with your whole education? Or just...
Yeah, but it was like, I had always felt that, but it was like confirmed. I'd say that right there. You know what I mean? Or we were talking about this earlier, but I very informally took, David's class. All of his stuff is it still up there? Is online?
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah. So I took his class through that. And it would, like as somebody who had been raised, even in my limited upbringing, or my particular upbringing, to really think, yes, the Civil War was about slavery and then you see, no, it was just that. Like, it's actually painful. But here's the other thing. What I was trying to allude to in that point at how it was to confront the most searing questions that have been put upon you. Jesus, I mean, it was an agonizing experience, and yes, that is what you're supposed to do.
But teaching,
that is what you're supposed to do.
It's also choices we make. How much do we tour? And I don't claim for a moment to know what a fifth grader can really handle. I don't do fifth graders or seventh graders.
Watch what you say, buddy. What are you talking about here? Are you talking about education or what's his name? What's this guy's name? Check him in the Epstein files, please.
I once did. I once had to for a week. I fled from the. But anyway, so we can't. We don't want to get too high and mighty about knowing what children's. But there's so much evidence now from teachers themselves that kids can handle understanding. I risk a cliche here. They can understand conflict. They can understand hatred. They can understand unfairness. And that's what history is full of. So, okay. I want to take up your birth of a nation point.
That's true. I think kids understand a lot more than adults give them grace for. Like our son, even when, like, if I'm arguing with Amber about something and we get to, get a little bit heated or talk at a higher volume, like, he understands it. He understands it. He comes and checks on us after. Are you okay? Are you okay? Dada, are you okay, mama? I think he understands it. He really does. He's 5 fucking years old. And he'll when we're just like by ourselves, he'll come and talk to me or Amber, and he'll try and like calm us down. He'll try and give his 2 cents, and it's like a good take. It's a solid take. It's like, Dada, I think you need to be, in this case, I think Mama's right. He has no fucking clue. I don't know if he actually has a clue, but it feels like he does. It feels like he does. So I think children understand complex issues, or complex. You would have perceived it to be complex. In that case, like when Ginger got hurt, right? When Ginger swallowed the fucking thing, like, we were very stressed out, man. Like, we were stressed out. His whole surgery cost us $30,000, $33,000. Like, we are not rich people. And for us, it was accepting a whole bunch of debt, right? And it was a very agonizing time of like, how are we going to do this? We have to keep him alive. All of this. Our son was there through those discussions. And he would say things like, I think we should do whatever it takes. Like, he just understands it. He just understands it. He's 5. I don't know why he understands this stuff. He should be watching stupid videos of like monsters singing. But he's incredible. I think kids are just I think kids have a lot more understanding than we think.
Just briefly, and then I will try to challenge you.
Just really quickly to that point.
Go on.
I mean, if
please.
you're old enough, I feel like if you're old enough to know George Washington was president, you're old enough to.
You kind of have to look at. He is 5 years old though. He'll like fucking absolutely have a meltdown. Like if you take his ice cream or something before he finishes it, you know, like a moment after that. So it reminds you very quickly he's 5. But I feel like they do have an understanding of complex situations more than we like to give them credit for.
I know he had slaves. I just think that's, you know.
And the whole world had forms of bondage and slavery. It's better to know that. Anyway, Birth of a Nation. He told me he was going to bring it up last night, so I thought, aha. Not only did the NAACP go after it, as you suggested, but I'm now trying to write a new biography of James Weldon Johnson, who in 1915 hadn't joined the NAA yet. He joins it the next year. But he wrote 2 biting, stinging, brutal essays in the New York Age. He was their principal editorial writer. This is James Weldon.
No, but Red Bob Scoff, okay? If the ice cream has fucking melted and it's basically juice at this moment and he's just, you know, fucking with it with the spoon and then he's walking around not eating it, of course you're going to go, okay, I'm going to put this away. But holy shit, if he hasn't green-lit the putting away, wow. It's like a nuke. It's like a fucking nuke, bro. Oh my gosh. Like, why did you do that? Why? I hate you. This is the worst day ever.
Johnson, who was usually pretty graceful, controlled, measured, arguing, yes, ban this film. And his reasons were, it's not just horrible history, it's dangerous. It's dangerous. He ends one of them by saying, ban it, exclamation, kill it. As though it was a beast you had to kill. And again, he's not Monroe Trotter, who was out always making speeches yet. He's a calmer sort. But that film was so horrible. And you know, talk a bit about this because
Okay, I am going to watch this film because I really want to understand how bigoted it actually is. I want to understand this film. I'm going to watch it.
He's as good a historian as he is novelist and essayist. Ultimately, when a Du Bois or a Johnson or a Trotter and all these people saw that film, they saw their whole history.
Yeah, Birth of a Nation, yeah.
Being obliterated, twisted inside out. And I wonder what, you know, if we want to play with our imagination, play with your imagination for a moment. What if this censorship, banning, control of curriculum, make kids only learn nice things really takes over the country? What if they win in 24?
Oh, they won in 24. This was before 24. They won in 24. Okay.
And
this will be an interesting take.
And state after state begins to only...
Folks, I'm sorry if this is boring for you. I am just like completely engrossed in it. Like this is the kind of shit that makes the hair stand up on my arm. You know, I nurse a semi to stuff like this. This is, don't clip that, okay? Do not clip it. Don't clip it. Oh, dear. I don't know why. But this is, like, interesting to me, okay?
Teach nice history. Can we imagine there will be perhaps new Birth of a Nations? Maybe less vicious, but still with the same result. histories peddled to young people that have just twisted everything we've written for 50 years inside out. Isn't that what's at stake?
Yeah, that is what's at stake. And I would just going back to the point the speech, probably what will happen is that rollback in history will be accompanied by rollbacks in a bunch of other places too. It'll be a suite of rollbacks. It always runs in concert. And I think one of the things that those actors at EBI, they kind of understood that. They understood that they were enmeshed.
Just means I get chills. Yeah.
Together. It's I gotta say, when I first encountered that story, it twisted my head at knots.
You mean the White Vigilante film? I can't remember. I think it's in the morning episode. I'm not sure. Oh, was it in the evening episode? I can't remember when we spoke about the White Vigilante.
You know what I mean? Because as a writer, you see censorship, you go, you recoil a bit. But then I had this confrontation I had to have with myself. Ta-Nehisi, do you think art and literature is powerful, or don't you? Like you say it is. When it makes you feel good. Can it be powerful when it don't make you feel good? And if you are deprived of all of the rights, when you really have no ability, to, marshal anything else, when you're left isolated in that, what are folks then supposed to do? In addition to the fact, I don't think people quite grapple enough with how intentional Birth of a Nation was.
It's very intentional.
Very intentional. Very intentional. I mean, Griffith says, history's been wrong. I'm going to rewrite it.
And Dixon had been writing this for 20 years.
Dixon has been writing this. Woodrow Wilson his quotes are in the film. They don't just screen it at the White House. They're quotes from who was a historian of sorts before he became president. His quotes are in the film. It was a political act.
Right.
It very much was an intentional political, and it was a successful political act.
Can I ask you about the most oft-used word about writing? And it's very relevant to this, empathy. Now that word, some of us may have grown up with that word feeling like it was, a word on a library poster and you didn't have to think about it. But it is ultimately what this craft is trying to do. Cross this boundary, cross that border, get into that experience or another. The word empathy is actually older. I mean, some people say it didn't really get used till after World War II, but actually, David Bryan Davis, one of the historians I knew you sort of came of age reading, finds it first being used in the British anti-slavery movement against the slave trade. The word, he says, really started being used when the Brits had to encounter the horror of the slave trade. And it somehow made them get outside of themselves. I mean, it's
that. See, they'll just bring in shit that's absolutely false. The Brits didn't just observe the slave trade and go, "Oh, this is bad." No, the Brits were like, "Okay, now this is fine while it gives us some sort of benefit," and then they said it wasn't fine when it started being unprofitable. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Excuse me, sir. Stop changing history in real time, okay?
Worth thinking about that. But, okay, empathy. Do you think about that when you're writing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot. But weirdly enough, I probably think about it in the reverse.
All right.
I actually think it's a very great exercise.
It's like, oh, is that where empathy came from? From the fucking English who felt bad about enslaving people? What? It's like, oh, it was actually the British who felt bad about enslaving. Like, what is this guy trying to say? Fuck, bro. It just feels like a microaggression to me. I wonder if Coates caught it.
In imagination.
You know what I'd love to do? I would love to have Ta-Nehisi Coates one day when this channel is a little bit more popular and it can get someone in like Ta-Nehisi Coates and do a reaction video with him on his interviews on the questions he's being asked on stage. Like, how did you feel at this stage? How did you feel? Like, do you remember this? And how did you feel? I'd love to question him.
To put yourself in the shoes of people who have done horrible things.
Sure.
And ask yourself, if you were there, would you have done differently?
Mm.
You know what I mean? And in many ways, particularly with the experience of enslavement, you know, like when I talk about it, like
if you'd have been born white and rich on a plantation in Georgia.
Yeah, because you probably are not just born white, rich on a plantation in Georgia. All your peers are rich and white and have plantations in Georgia. And all of them have you know, slaves. All of them. And slaves are not just people who you force into work. Slaves are markers of society. Slaves are, I hate to, please forgive this metaphor, but slaves are very much what slavery is, what we would consider home ownership today.
It's wealth.
It's wealth. It marks your arrival. You know what I mean? It's a whole system.
They were assets.
Right. They were assets. And so the question is not, could you, you know what I mean, you yourself with your own individual morality, you know, liberate, you know what I mean, your slaves. The question is systemic. What would your dad say about that? What your best friend say about that? What would your neighbors say about that? Like, you would have to reconstitute yourself, you know, in a particular way, and then ask yourself, are you that brave? Like, doing it that way is like actually really, really good. And it doesn't excuse it for me. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it like, I tend to, when I think about evils, I tend to think about systems more than I think of like lack of individual bravery.
Yeah. Well, maybe I wish you'd do a seminar on how to do that. For my many sins, I'm asked to write the history of Yale and slavery. So I am writing about a lot of people that are hard to like. And
you don't gotta like them, though.
What's that?
You don't
have to like them.
You don't like them.
But this act of empathy is everywhere. You have to try to figure, okay, now how do I say this? What kind of adjective do you use to describe Timothy Dwight's racism? Or Samuel Morse's racism, and on and on and on.
I think it's less about hating the people. It's more about as a white man having to confront racism. I think it's about, as a white man, having to put yourself in the place to do this, because I think to a lot of white people like this guy, this must feel like torture, because to them it's like, oh, why haven't we just moved on from it? You know, why do we have to keep talking about it? It's work. It's yeah, it's for them it's just, it must feel like, why are these people being ungrateful? This was so long ago. We should move on from this kind of thing. It must be that way, you know?
Do you think the
how can it be hard to write about? I mean, how can you say that I don't want to write about this because I don't like the people who committed it? Like, just be honest. Just say, I haven't fully acknowledged and grasped what my ancestors did and why my white privilege and how that has linked to the white privilege I have today. Like, instead of saying that, he just came up with some bullshit.
Empathy challenge is harder in fiction, nonfiction, or is it the same thing for you?
Great question.
Do you think, did you not have to think about it in nonfiction when you're writing essays?
No, I always have to think about it.
Okay.
I always, because focusing on individual evil somehow cheapens the story, and it cheapens the lesson.
Yeah.
Because it says, and I actually think I think we probably say this a lot, if they were just better people, this would be okay.
Yeah.
But when you start seeing things perpetrate themselves across centuries, it's probably something more powerful at work.
It's a system.
I just wish they were braver. I just wish they were more moral. Like, it cheapens
Wishing
the
they
actual
were something else.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like saying, oh, if Elon Musk didn't exist, the world would be a better place. Well, if Elon Musk didn't exist, some other person like Elon Musk would take his place, because that's what the system encourages. It encourages the type of white supremacist ideology to dehumanize the other in order to exploit their labor. That's the system we have. That's capitalism. And if it wasn't Elon Musk, it would be someone just as bad or worse than him. It's always the case. Like, the system is, Elon Musk is the symptom of a very exploitative white supremacist system.
Well, I had a student.
And by the way, it deceives you about the sins that are with us today.
Oh.
That people will look back on.
Oh.
You know?
I loved your question, what else do we care about? I'd like to come back to that one a little. But I had a student earlier this year, in the context of a seminar, say in effect about, well, I won't go into the whole context, but she said, but it never should have been that way. And you know, you don't want to chastise a student. It's a visceral moment for her. But we can't wish history into something it's not. And that is a lot of what's going on right now. Why can't history be a place? Why can't history be a place where people get along? Oh, I'm sorry. For other sins, I'm on the board of trustees of the New York Historical Society. I missed most of the meetings, but I was at one meeting a couple of years ago, and one of the members of that board, they have about 35 really rich people and 5 historians. But anyway, he said, and there was a discussion of yet another exhibition that was going to be about tough stuff, difficult stuff. And he said, when are we going to do something that's just about the history where people had goodwill? Goodwill. And all I could do to just stay in my seat. But this is millions of people.
Yep, and it also supports a comfortable myth that a shitty, very rich guy is the epitome of the problem, allowing white people to not see the extent of a systemic myopia that is very widespread across countries and institutions. Yeah, this is my other critique of white leftism, is they want to move on to the class struggle very quickly without addressing white privilege and white supremacy. Like, how the fuck can we have a class struggle without you acknowledging and us addressing and deconstructing / dismantling these systems? Like, what do you mean class struggle? What is the class struggle? What is the class struggle in the systems we live in at the moment if it doesn't include white supremacy and white privilege? Like, white supremacy, white privilege, these things are at the top of whatever struggle it is that people think we're struggling for or struggling against. Like, how the fuck are we going to move to a class struggle?
No, want their history, especially for their children.
But the answer to that is yes and no, though.
Oh.
It's also yes and no.
Okay.
Because, and my wife were talking about this, when the gentleman, wherever he was, I can't remember where he was, but older white guy, young black boy, comes and knocks on the door, knocks on the wrong door.
Oh, and you got shot.
And the older guy shoots him, right?
Yeah.
Within a day of them identifying who had done it, that dude's grandson was on TV.
Yeah.
Like, do not associate me with this. It's horrible. It's racist.
I never have liked my grandfather.
I had nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this at all. And I actually think if you take the empathetic version of that, this is a kid being raised in a time where these books are having huge, huge influence. I mean, gigantic,
So that kid who comes on the TV is exactly like this type of leftist I'm talking about. It's like, hey, we don't like that stuff. We don't like that stuff. I don't like it. I don't like it. So what? So what? So what if you don't like it? You not liking it isn't going to stop it from happening. So if you want to have the struggle, have the fucking struggle against white supremacy, white privilege first. And then let's talk about, class solidarity.
I hate to keep coming back to this, but 1619 Project is this big, huge thing for the New York Times. Goes on, becomes a book, becomes another big, huge thing. Goes on to Hulu.
Now it's on a documentary. Yeah.
Right, now it's on that. There are people who are like living under this. Do you know what I mean? And that's to say nothing of the broader pop culture.
As close to it as I can. I always tick the box saying I'm Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander in job applications because I was taught to be honest. Never got a bloody job that way. Started leaving the box blank and the job started rolling in a bit more. Wow. Insane, eh? Yeah. And then they say DEI is about some quota. It's literally about ensuring that you are actually picking based on merit and not based on race or ethnicity. That's the true meaning of DEI, is actual meritocracy. But I have to say though, the way corporates did it was still pretty racist anyway.
Where, I mean, this just wouldn't have happened when I was a kid. When you got like 5-6-year-old kids, Halloween, I want to dress as Black Panther. It's a different world. It's a very, very different world. And I think this bears out. There has always been a minoritarian or minority rule element to white supremacy. There's always been this group of people who are real true believers.
Right.
And then that group of people who you got to keep in line.
Right.
You know, there's always been this kind of border patrolling. And actually, I think when you move to something so profane and so direct as state legislatures and book banning,
right,
that means the books are getting read.
Yeah.
That means they're really powerful.
Right.
That means your kid came home and talked to you about it and you ain't like it.
Right.
You know what I mean? It is as much a marker of the power.
Yeah.
You know, as you know, and I think like what? I mean, this would I think would hold true in Reconstruction and Redemption. It was in fact the advances that actually necessitated the huge blowback.
Right. Well, there's an old sociologist, or I forget, social scientist. I got to be careful who I call old anymore, but Stanley Cohen. He wrote a book called Moral Panics and something Devils. But he built this theory about moral panics, where basically they are when a group of people feels like they're losing control. It's a very.
I need more short ways of saying these things to short circuit people's existing ideas.
Interesting theory. People who feel like they're losing social control, and they start.
It's funny to me. Like there was a person who came into the chat yesterday. And I've been reflecting on what that person said. And I think they were a communist, maybe. And they came in and, Lava, I don't know if you remember, but they came in and said, we should all go into the forest and build a community. Oh, kia ora, Darlene! Kia ora! Welcome! Oh, it's good to see you, Darlene. Welcome. Yeah, it was like, oh, we should organize and we should go live off the grid and in the forest. And I immediately, I know, I felt like that person was a white person. I don't know why, but deep internally, I felt like that person was a white person. Because their solution to a problem of education was to go off the grid and build a commune in a forest, right? And then I remember we talked about, someone asked me, what do you think the solution could be or what we could do? And that was kind of this person's thing. And see you later, Auntie Wash. This was kind of this person's thing. And then I spoke about white on white education. I spoke about white on white education, right? Like white people educating other white people in white spaces. Like, why have we jumped to creating communes in the forest before white people educating white people? Like, what the fuck happened here? Why are we building communes in the fucking forest? Is white on white education that hard that you have to fucking build communes? And like literally building communes in the forest is like easier? One of my best white friends did that very thing with his girlfriend in 1990, Little Rock, Arkansas. Crazy. Like, what the fuck? Like, your solution to this problem is build a fucking commune? And then I replied to this person flippantly, and I was like, what, are we doing fucking, are we going to drink grape juice with poison or something, right? Like I said it. And that's why I reflected on it, I didn't treat that person well. But my thinking at that stage was, how the fuck have you thought about this? And your solution is to build a commune and go off the grid. Like, is it really that hard to just educate other white people for white people? I think it's revolutionary for white people to educate other white people about white supremacy and white privilege. I think it's a revolutionary action that white people can take on. But white people would much rather suggest building a fucking commune in the forest than educate other white people about white supremacy and white privilege. Are we seriously at that stage? What the fuck is going on?
Start identifying deviants. Deviant. This happened with comic books in the 1950s. It led to congressional hearings. It led to bannings, to some degree, of comic books, which were considered to be the great threat to juveniles. Are we in a moral panic now, particularly over sexuality for sure? In fact, it may be the LGBT issue that has more parents free.
One of the reasons I became a teacher was to annoy other white people. It's been fun for 30 years. I think it's because it's just self-hatred. Or do you think people like this perceive white supremacy as self-hatred? Well, I think in a way that's true, right? But it's not self-hatred as more self-realization of or acknowledgement of an ideology. A whole lot of fuckery is what's going on. Yeah, Darlene, I got banned from TikTok, yeah. Crazy, eh?
Freaked out than anything else. But are we in a moral panic now because of the tremendous changes that have happened in America? Take your pick, 20 years, in 30 years, in 40 years, even just since the 60s, which began in part under Reagan and now has reached a manifestation where they say all the silent things out loud.
Yeah, I think, first of all, I like that definition. I never heard that definition. That sounds like a great book.
I didn't give it a very good definition. It hasn't.
No, it's
it has a 5-part definition. I'm sparing you. But anyway.
By that definition, I would say yes. And as cliche and easy as this is, I think so much of it goes back to Obama. I really do. Like, if you have to identify a singular moment, I think it's that. And I think a lot of this.
That black family in the White House.
Yeah, I really do. I think it had effects on publishing. I think that had effect. I know it had effects on magazines and newspapers and who got to tell stories. I know it had an effect on Hollywood and what stories got told. And then,
yeah, it's permanent ban, Darlene. Permanent.
There's been this, just this rising ever since, to say nothing about the politics, like the symbolic effect of it. I mean, I think we, in that moment, thought a lot about pride and how awesome it was to
Like, if I challenged every white person here in chat, right? If you have a sibling or maybe a father or a mother, because I see a lot of like old fucking people who are spewing some of the most racist shit, old white people spewing some of the most racist shit on Facebook, on Twitter. Like, you know, these people have a fair bit of free time. Radio. Nah, you're here. Welcome. My TikTok has been permanently banned. So this is my challenge to you. Like, do you know if anyone in your family is posting hateful shit online? Do you know if your family's posting hateful shit online, like white supremacist shit, or talking down to people, like your father or your mother or your brother or your sister? Only love coming your way from Spring Valley, New York. Oh, welcome, Lee Spanner. Welcome. Like, can I like challenge you guys to go see this? To understand? Every one of those hateful as posts or comments has an impact on somebody. Right? Like these posts talking about, you know, Islam is taking over, is replacing Christianity. Like, do you guys speak about this stuff with your parents and stuff? Like, I think there is so much opportunity for change. And I think it starts in a white household.
to see this.
Right.
And did not consider that a large swath of this country would not think it was that awesome.
I always say 52% were crying on that night in November of 2008 for one reason. 52.
Well, to be fair, I think there's another aspect at play that either has a lot or a little to do with it, which is the fact that first world citizens have spent their most critical years of development watching movies and shows and playing narrative games, and by time we're teens, a bunch of people act like they lived inside of a movie with the three. I also think like the fact that Oxpeck are like you defining it as first world citizens is, I guess, indicative about mindsets, because what the fuck does that even mean? Are you talking about white countries? Like, when you say first world, are you talking about white countries? Too much time is why they're so and still suffocated with conditioned mindsets. I think a lot of older people's brains, 65 plus, are just hardwired at that age, and some just cannot change their views no matter what you tell them. Nah, I don't know. I think trying is important. My father-in-law is full MAGA. We don't talk anymore except for words with friends. I don't know, guys. Like, I think we're missing a real big, like, there's a disconnect in the white home. I just feel like there's a disconnect. Like, what? I'm 81 and I ain't hardwired. Yeah, the whole like hardwired thing just because you're old is, I think, bullshit. I think anyone can be changed. But I think people need a push, and family members like not taking the accountability to speak with their own families about these problems is kind of like missing a massive opportunity, isn't it? Isn't that missing a huge opportunity? To just be able to have a conversation about why racism is bad, why white supremacy is bad, why white privilege is bad. Like, it's a completely missed opportunity.
2% for one reason and 48% for another reason. And Anyway, all right, you brought up publishing, so let me try to challenge you a little.
Thank you for the follow, Knaz. Thank you for the follow.
Little, if not you, at least.
I have changed my mind on many
publishers here
things.
tonight.
Yeah,
Right there.
I'm not buying the whole people are too old to learn or people are too old. My dad's 72. Has a very Hindu nationalist mindset. It's fucking hard to have a conversation with them. It's fucking hard. But I'm trying to deconstruct his bullshit. And he struggles with it. He really struggles with it.
Your editor's here.
He can answer this question. He can come on stage and answer this question.
Okay, well, if you need help, bring him up here. All right, in publishing these days, since 2020, in many ways, according
like one of the biggest like funniest things was when Amber and I were getting married, and I was like, I don't want a ceremony. I don't want an Indian fucking wedding. I just want to go to a spot that we hire out, bring all our friends, bust them over, and we just have a drink and call it that. No long speeches, no ceremony. I don't want a fucking 2-week Indian wedding. I think we should just keep it pretty chill. And it was amazing. But my parents' reaction to that was not what I expected, because I thought my parents were pretty progressive, but it turned out that they did want some tradition, I guess, when it came to weddings. It's just I don't value tradition as a brand. I don't think like you need to peacock for what? What are you peacocking for? I'm talking about countries where the term first world problems applies to people. I don't know if the term has some kind of fucked up origin or history to it, but I'm talking about countries where people have time to do nothing but indulge in fantasies and entertainment. Yeah, the West. I think you mean the West. You mean the West. You mean Western countries. 100% I've set boundaries with friends, called them out, have been deconstructing slowly with family. Different approaches with different people, but same intent. Yeah, it's not easy. Did the same with a mandolin player in an open field.
to what I hear, it's become a big issue of who gets to write what, about what, in fiction, also in nonfiction. White writers who can't get a book published if they have black characters, etc. There's a particularly famous case right now. James North Patterson, do you know his work? He's written all kinds of bestsellers about crime and law and so on. There's the issue of sensitivity editors or even DEI editors, which is what some textbook publishers call them. I've experienced that with certain consternation. How do you feel about all that? It's easy as writers to just sit back and if we get our book contract, just do our work and keep our head burrowed down. But a lot has happened in the past few years about who gets to write what about what and when. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I do. First of all, I would say that my work would not be possible. Like, I've never had what people would call formally sensitivity readers, but I certainly have had and have been lucky enough to have a fairly diverse pre-readership before something gets published, and I'd be in trouble if I didn't have that. Serious trouble.
Is this more friends who read it for you? Or
no. I mean, the story I
publishing?
was telling. I mean, when we published, my editor and publisher, Chris Jackson.
The Necessary Stimulus Jack, thank you for the message. The Necessary Conversation on YouTube is a good look at watching the suspension of critical thinking as two liberal siblings confront their MAGA mom on weekly news and issues of you need to witness the way communication work, #fails. I don't think it's very different to how me and my father speak. Trust me, like I lose my shit at my dad a lot more than people understand. Like, he's my dad, his son, and father-son relationships can be pretty I don't know, like fucking intolerant. Let's be that way. Let's say it that way. But for me, my thing is the daughter loses her shit too, and it's all out there. But the thing is to try. Like, what's a more important conversation than deconstructing like white supremacy and what whiteness has done to the world over 600 years? Like, I don't see a more important conversation than that when talking about injustices, especially in places like America, Europe, and Western nations. I have a YouTube playlist I started like 3 years ago called Videos Your Mum Could Watch. I think we should really normalize talking about these things with our parents. Like, it fucking sucks. It'll ruin your day. But, you know, if you don't do it, especially white people, you need to start educating each other, really. Like, I think it's getting to that stage where all of you need to start educating each other.
Is here, and he really was my guy on The Water Dancer, and with two black men working on this together, and we got to a point where other editors in the house, at that time it was two, needed to read it and offer their input, and they were not black men. And I think their input saved my ass. I think they saved my ass. I think I would have...
How so?
Boy, it's kind of embarrassing.
Now it might get fun.
Yeah, because I'm actually, you know, look, man, like you can do your best to empathize, but you're just not going to get there. The Water Dancer, not to get...
Call Horio, if you don't talk to your parents, the TV will, and trust me, it will be right-wing or worse. I remember my dad went through this, like, Fox News phase. Like, he's an Indian man, brown man. Was watching, what's that fucking dude's name? The guy with the white hair. Like old school, 2010. Not Bill O'Reilly, but this other dude. Like, he's a little chubby dude. Glenn Beck. Oh, you watched Glenn. Oh, it's a crew demo? Oh, nice. Welcome, a crew demo. Glenn Beck. Fuck. Used to watch that shit like religion. I mean, Glenn Beck, bro. My dad's watching Glenn fucking Beck.
Get too much into the plot, but it's this guy, he has this relationship with this woman, and he comes back to the plantation after he's, you know, escaped.
Oh,
and the relationship has become complicated.
Did you sort that out? Streamer thing? Cole Horio? Did you get to the bottom of it, and what's happened? It went viral in France? Can you share some links?
Right. And he is angry at her in the version that did not make publication.
Fox should be banned in all countries.
In a way that
I think post October the 7th, my dad and I have had fruitful political conversations, but man, it's fucking hard. It's hard. It's tough when, but there's a paywall. It's okay. It should be fine. Oh, wow. It really did go all out. My mom is being insulted for her veil when left-wing streamer Emodem pretended to be a Muslim victim of Islamophobia on social media. What the oh my gosh. This really happened? Story, the video creator. So this lady is a Twitch streamer, and she's got a shit ton of followers. And I'll read this story. The video creator, known to be close to La France, LFI, isn't LFI La France Insoumise? Isn't that is that left wing or right wing? Apologized on Tuesday. Is that Le Pen's party? Oh, Good Guys. Yeah, that's Good Guys, right? Oh my gosh, you guys did it. On her second, my mom gets insulted for her. Oh my goodness. Apologized on Tuesday for having played the role of an Arab and Muslim woman on social media using a fake account. She is said to have posted more than 5,000 messages with it. The woman who presents herself as a polemicist on X is now at the heart of the controversy. Streamer Imodem, followed by tens of thousands of people on Twitch and X, admitted on Tuesday, August 18th, to having posed for months as an Arab and Muslim woman on social media using a secret account. Oh my days. Hold the fuck on. Why? Can't see it? Oh. Why can't I see it? Oh, man. Couldn't read it too. Sucks. Well, there you go. On Monday, the videographer was the subject of an investigation by the internet user with the pseudonym Twitch Gauchista on X, specializing in the publication of clips denouncing the attitude on social networks of so-called left-wing or even far-left influencers. Last March, Twitch Gauchista was notably behind the expulsion of streamer Ulcha from the National Center of Cinema and Animated Images CNC. At the time, Carla Giardina, her real name, was pleased to have joined the commission for the Fund to Support Creation for Social Media Platforms. Meaning Twitch leftist, we hate him. He snipes the leftist streamer. I see. Modem on her second account. My mom gets insulted for a headscarf. My dad got a OQTF. I'm devastated. We just hope they won't put him in a CRA. Hey, Mara, what is all of this? I really wanted to be like my mom and wear a headscarf to look pretty, you know. My Algerian blood coming out after... Oh, my God. Meaning Deportation Act? Oh. Go tell my big dad under OQTF that he said... So he's a homophobe. White people who betray episode... Oh, my gosh. This is a... Sorry, guys. White leftists, yeah. What's the point of this, though? I'm the streamer who dropped the file after a year of harassment from her. All the evidence, clips, drama she throws at her friends in other people's chats are with me. The solid bros who for whom wokeism isn't an insult, it's here. Wow. Oh my gosh. Here we go. White leftism, eh? It, like, what is it? Why do they do this shit? Why the fuck do they do this shit? Do they get more follows if they do it? Like, do they want to be brown? Do they not feel oppressed enough that they have to pretend to be brown so that they could feel something? Like, what is it? This is called colonization of marginalized spaces, everybody. Sometimes it feels like white leftism wants to colonize. Do you want to read what she said to explain herself? Yes, please. Please share. If you, as a white person, do not acknowledge your white privilege or understand and acknowledge the existence and harm white supremacy has caused the world, and you are in a leftist space, you are essentially colonizing a marginalized space. My goodness. Holy shit. Hello. I'm making one last tweet on this Twitter account to apologize. What I did is clearly problematic, more than rooted in racist logics that perpetuate a white and Western gaze on non-white identities. It's mostly the RP Arab/DZ that came out, but honestly, it's not the only subject on which I used a fake card of concernism when I was under the identity of the second account. It's hyper racist in any case. From the moment it's a representation of the white and French imaginary of what a radicalized person might be. Very caricatural. She's a good person, but on that one, she went over and beyond. She was being a racist. Like, this is like pretending to be... Like, this shit can hurt people, man. This shit can kill marginalized people. Like, this shit can kill people in the communities she's claiming to be from. Like, why the fuck would you do this? Like, this is not nice. There's obviously something deeply, deeply wrong here. Sorry to all people, to all the people hurt and or who feel insulted by all this, especially coming from a left-wing person presented as linked to struggles against discrimination. Sorry also for the contradiction with my basic political line, which rejects the very idea of concernism. These logics totally went to my head, and under an anonymous and invisible identity, I used a concerned card on many subjects, and not just on the subject of racism, when I wasn't. You see, the thing is, though, Cole Horio, this person can just step back into and become invisible because of her white privilege. If a brown person had done this and pretended to be a white person, that person would have been absolutely eviscerated by everybody. Like, no moving away. You know, it would be Jason Ade-esque. It would be a lynching. First to respond to, you're not concerned, you don't have the right to your political opinion, which is dumb in itself, since the concerned don't all have the same opinions, and which is a dumb logic that we almost all adopt, even me, when I'm told you've never been... you don't have the right to give your opinion on this subject. It annoys me to have to explain that it is the case. And that feeds these dynamics that force people to talk about intimate things. The number of times I wished I didn't have to trauma dump my real V, I don't know what that is, all that just to reproduce it anyway with an alt account on fake subjects, which is already not acceptable. But even worse after that, in a really cringe RP, but above all racist. Thank you for not trying to defend me by denying it. I'm going to step away from the internet for a good while, maybe even longer. I'm especially going to try to evolve and question everything I've done. I have no right to complain. I created all this. All the reactions, even the most angry and vindictive ones, are, of course, legitimate. I have no defense, because in itself, it's not something I want to defend. But there's still something more serious. People are much more into mocking you than into any real indignation. Keep pushing with the harassment. Support to you. You fucked up, but it happens to... What the fuck? It happens to everyone? Like, V is that... Oh, shit. Remember Raj Patel? It reminds me of that. What's Raj Patel? If a brown man did it, it would have been a social suicide. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, man. Anyway, like, I think that's insane. Oh my God, you don't know about that? No, I don't know about that. White people in her community are defending? Of course.
I would say was not just deeply unfair for him, but was deeply unfair in how the book was portraying it, because it was written from his perspective. Frankly,
Okay, I'm off to the sea, actually, at the beach. Take care. Thank you so much, Akudemo. Thank you for informing us. That's really good to know. Austin Show pretended to be an Indian man for a long time on Twitch as Raj Patel. No fucking way! What? Austin Show?
dehumanizing is probably not too strong a word.
But they kept calling you on that somehow?
No, they sent me notes. They said, this is fucked up. This is why this is fucked up. This shit is, you should change this. And I was like, damn, that's a good point. You know? So, like, now look, I can't, look, you need good.
Austin Show, Raj Patel. Hold on. What the fuck? I didn't know that. Was he doing racist shit? I can't find anything.
Readers, right? Like, you can't just grab any old, you know what I mean? Hey, you're a woman.
Who decided to say some ignorant shit this time, talking about the post you just read? A creator, a streamer on Twitch. A streamer on Twitch pretended to be an Arab woman. Pretended to be an Arab woman on her other sort of, on her burner account. Fuck, man. It's like they hate us, but they want to be us.
And won't you read this and tell me? Yeah, that's not how it works. You know what I mean? Hopefully, someone has, some sort of experience in the field, some knowledge of it, some sort of sense, some sort of literary taste themselves. You know what I mean? And then it works that way. So, I haven't had sensitivity, but I guess I do. Even if they don't have that title, I couldn't get anywhere without them. On the broader point, I will, and I'm just speaking as a black writer right now, okay? Because I think people can address this. This is the thing I know the best. Man, publishing has been so white for so long.
Oh, yeah. Right.
I mean, just so white. You know what I mean? And again, speaking from other perspectives, people will probably make a similar critique. I'm just not as versed in it. That's the reason why I'm not making it. And whenever you try to, make up for the sins of the past, which may not be done and may not be.
What's up, Darius?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hi there. I'm Raj.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I think, should we go to private channels so nobody comes in here?
Sure.
Yeah, just in case, random people. There we are. Oh my goodness, so nice to see you.
It's nice to
Finally.
see you too.
Well, I was just sitting around, browsing around, and I was actually browsing the music channel because I'm looking for somebody with beautiful singing voice. And I found you. My goodness gracious. You are the best. You are the best. Honestly, you are so amazing.
Thank
so
you.
amazing. Your voice is beautiful. So I love it so much. And I'm actually a vocalist myself, so it's so nice to see somebody with a beautiful talent. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
just
thank you. I would love to hear you sing.
Yeah.
How is this guy allowed on social media? Like, Austin did it for like 7 years? What the fuck? He literally made a living off it, of that content and had people defend him from accountability? Here's Dr. K learning about... What the fuck? This is insane.
Yeah. Interview Raj. Raj with 2 J's, or is that a typo?
I think it's with 2 J's.
Raj J?
Yeah, there's a man named Raj Patel also streams.
Okay. Yeah, whatever. You guys, I'm happy to interview my brown brothers.
Oh, he's white.
He's white?
Yeah.
Is he like adopted?
I think he just decided to name himself Raj Patel. I think that's the lore.
Does he do like Indian accents or?
My goodness. I didn't know.
Gentlemen!
This.
And that's my favorite form of cock and ball play.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Raj Royale podcast. Say hello to everybody on the screen. Can everybody wave? Everybody wave. Yes, welcome to the Raj Royale podcast, everybody. Thank you so much for taking time out of your very busy schedules. We know you all have them. Thank you so much, especially Wes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Let's start off the show as we usually do.
It's all fucking white people on a podcast called Raj Royale. What the fuck is this shit?
By going over the rules of the show, and then we'll jump into introductions, and then we'll jump into topics, okay? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, as Monka S's are already furiously flying in the chat right now on this May 16, 2020. We are set to go over the rules. Here we go. Raj Royale podcast sponsored by !Dream in the chat. Here are the rules. Above all the contestants today, you see a timer that is ticking. Once that...
Yeah. This is why I can never, ever trust white people who say to me, I am on your side. Like, it's not an inherent thing for me to trust. Because they'll go do shit like this. Austin Show. I know Austin Show. Like, I watch his shit. I watch his podcasts. Like, I watch his stuff with Hassan Piker and stuff. What the fuck is going on? I thought he was okay. And this is the kind of shit he's doing?
New follower detected.
Tevet0, thank you for the follow. Here's the kicker. He met Kamala Harris. He's a landlord, FYI. What the fuck is this? And never fully apologize. It's just like it's horrible. Yeah, this Raj Patel is actually Austin. Yeah. Tanzi. Raj Patel is actually Austin doing the accent. Like this this bit here.
What's up, Darius?
Hello.
This
Hi.
is Austin.
Hi there, I'm Raj.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I think, should we go to private channels so nobody comes in here?
Sure.
Yeah, just in case, random people. Here we are. Oh my goodness, so nice to see you.
It's nice to
Finally.
see you too.
Well, I was just sitting around, browsing around, and I was actually browsing the music channel because I'm looking for somebody with beautiful singing voice. And I found you. My goodness gracious. You are the best. You are the best. Honestly, you are so amazing.
Thank
so amazing.
you.
Your voice is beautiful. So I love it so much, and I'm actually
Interesting. Interesting. Okay.
being done in the most careful way it should be done. I'll say that too. I'll add that to it. People are going to stumble. People are going to stumble. Everything is not going to be as it should be. You know? And what I will say is sometimes we impose a standard of perfection on the solution that we do not impose on the status quo. And so I would ask people to be merciful. I would ask people to be empathetic. I would not ask people to shut up, though. Like I wouldn't ask people to not raise their, you know what I mean, their problems. Here's why it's not. That's not what I'm talking about.
Right.
But I do think there has to be a general spirit that we're trying to address something that was fucked up. And going back is not an option, you know? Now, maybe the way we're going forward ain't right. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe that's not, you know what I mean, the way it should be.
Well, there's no question. I mean, there are so few people of color in publishing all over the business. And they're trying, but it isn't working. But down at the level of creativity, the level of imagination, the level of history, scholarship, and there are differences between fiction and nonfiction, but
that's just racist shit. What is that? What is that? Like when I do Cletus, you can see me. Like I'm right here on camera. That's such an insane thing to do. Wow. Crazy.
when push comes to shove about the power to decide you don't get to write this because you are white and creating a Hispanic hero or a Hispanic character, or you are white and writing about a black woman character, which apparently is the case with Patterson, or for that matter, if a black person were told, you can't, I mean, no one was going to tell James Baldwin not to write Giovanni's Room about two white gay men. The book was amazing and a pioneering work. At that point, no one would tell him that. But what happened today? I don't know.
I watched this motherfucker on people's podcasts and shit. I watched this prick on podcasts.
Do we sometimes, this is the question, do we sometimes become as Americans so obsessed with identity that we don't see anything else? Especially in this world of creativity.
I think we've been obsessed with identity. But whenever a group has power, part of the power is not having to overtly voice it. You know, you walk into a publishing office and you don't see, well, again, let me take my experience. I got hired at The Atlantic, which is responsible for much of my prominence. But I walked in there and there wasn't nobody else black in there.
Right.
I would say there's probably an obsession with identity. It might not be an individual conscious.
I don't know how to feel about this. I just feel angry, honestly. Like, I literally want to confront this dude, you know? I want to have a conversation with him. Like, what made him do it? I want to understand why this guy has not apologized for it. How he thinks he can just how he thinks he can just brush this under the rug. Hey, it's racist. What he did was fucking bigoted as shit. White Twitch talk show host finally drops Raj Patel moniker. Raj Patel is one of the better known names on Twitch. He hosts the wildest, most popular ongoing reality TV show on the platform, including the Raj Chiller, a low-budget streamer take on The Bachelor, and Raj Royale, a dramatic debate show. From now on, however, he's simply going by his first real name, Austin. In a Twitlonger posted yesterday, Austin, who is not Indian, chalked the rebrand up to a change in values over the years. Raj Patel began as an offensive caricature of a faux Indian accent in 2013, and though Austin gradually stripped away the accent and even the Patel portion of the name in recent years, he still regretted his choice of persona. Over the past few years, and particularly in the last few months, I've grown a lot as a person. Part of that has meant being open and honest about my personal life and background. But along with that comes some painful realities about things from my past I'd do differently, Austin wrote, referencing everything happened in the world right now and how it's encouraged him to share what he's learned. Like, are people feeling empathy for this motherfucker? Yeah, that's Hassan's friend, yeah. Are people feeling empathy for this fucking racist?
Just, we got to make this place as white as we can, you know, obsession. But there are levels. There are levels. I don't think that happens by accident.
And they put your picture on every article.
All right,
Maybe
at that point, they put everybody's.
They
put it on everybody's. And they were great. They were great. It was a great job. They were extremely supportive.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I published things that I don't think I could have published anywhere else. But I don't think demographics like that, and if you walk into a publishing office and see what the demographics look like, somebody along the way is obsessed.
Yeah.
Now, it may not be the people sitting right there in that, but somebody's obsessed. You know, and one of the difficulties of being on the outside trying to break your way in is you don't have the luxury of always phrasing, framing, stating your critique in that sort of elegant way.
I forgot to announce that you are to put your questions on these cards and send them up, but you already did, so that's great. But if anybody has any more, we'll try to get to them. I think this means it's time for questions, right? Yes. Okay. You asked David to push you.
Okay, I need to go away and think about that one. I need to go away and think about that one and see how I feel. Because, yeah, that is fucking insanely bigoted. Like, did he just brush this under the rug with this? Like, has he done more to apologize, or is that it? Like, what did he do to address it? Like, is that it? Is that the extent of it? Okay, let me just sit on this one. Let me just sleep it off. I probably shouldn't just react, but not a single thing but silence and avoidance from him. Yeah, I should just like think about it and form my opinion with a bit of thought and perspective. Anyway, I'll chat with you guys later. Thank you so much, everybody. Hey, who should we raid, by the way? Who should we raid? Who we raiding? We've got a few different Raiders. We've got Struggle. We've got Zach Chap. Shall we do Zach Chap? I feel like Zach Chap. Let's go Zach Chap. Yeah. Thank you so much, mods. Thank you, everybody. Much love. Thank you so much for being here. Please show Zach Chap some love, as always. He is working his way through to become a partner. So whatever you guys can do to help, I think it would be hugely beneficial for him. I think he deserves it. Oh, nice, Tevet. Nice. Well, welcome, Tevet. I'll welcome to the community. And of course, Michael. I'd love to have a copy of your book someday. Take care, Auntie Wash. Kakite, everybody. Pomarie, and I will catch you all soon. But show Zach Chap some love. He's a good sort, very educational, and he deserves to be partner. Pomarie, everybody. Good night. In 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid, everyone. Love to all of you. And Kakite, YouTube and Facebook. Take care, everybody.